for joining us here today for the POP Workshop 5.0, a PAM event organized by the Promotion of Profession, POP, Committee. As you may or may not know, or as you can probably tell by the title of today's workshop, this isn't the first POP workshop. Since 2019, the POP workshop has covered various issues related to the commercial well-being of architectural consulting practices, covering issues ranging from fees, collaborations, unlocking new business opportunities, to taking advantage of strategic partnerships and etc. In POP Workshop 5.0, the focus leans towards how practices were able to stay resilient through difficult times by being flexible in adopting innovation. Hi, I'm Aisha Farida, and it is an honor to be your MC for today. Now, I'm just going to mention some general house rules. Please keep your phones on silent or vibrate. If you need to go to the toilet, it's right outside the hall at the end. And thank you to our sponsors for today, Bank Islam, Nippon Paint, and Dong GM, all of whom are giving presentations later in between our talks. So to kick things off, I'd like to invite architect Jeffrey American, convener of POP Workshop 5.0, onto the stage for an introductory speech. Please welcome.
Assalamualaikum and good morning, everyone. So my name is Jeffrey American. I'll be your moderator too, in addition to having convened this workshop today. So on behalf of the Promotion of the Profession Committee, headed by Architect Shafiq Kamaruzaman, I'd like to thank every one of you for attending our workshop today. So it will be a Saturday morning well spent, although most of you would rather be, staying at home after watching the World Cup. But I promise you it's a morning well spent because we have 5 outstanding speakers. That's well worth listening to. So our talk today is about resilience and innovation. Resilience is about survivability. So our committee, when we came up with the subject matter to discuss in the workshop, we felt that in the face of numerous challenges facing the profession, it's pertinent that our 5th edition here concentrates on the issue of addressing these challenges. Okay? So, well, architecture with all its glamour, you see even drama, TV and all that, when you see the architects being portrayed, they bring the plans and everything, so it's a glamorous thing, in the eye of the public. But the reality is that just like any other firms, the architectural practice is, all in all, a business, and it has its challenges. The COVID pandemic of the 2020 has hit many firms hard. Many firms before the pandemic, we had reserves for a few months, some 10 months and all that. When the pandemic hit, most of us end up having our resources depleted. And now most of the firms end up on a month-to-month basis, and that's difficult when collection of fees are concerned. When we have reserves, that's all right. If the fee doesn't come in this month, it's all right to wait for 2 or 3 months. But that's not the case for most firms nowadays. Okay. So pandemic is not the only problem. You see, the construction industry itself, without the pandemic, is already cyclical. There's ups and downs every 10 years, every 5 years sometimes, depending on what the situation is worldwide. So architectural firms regularly, we react. We start tightening our belt, then we cut down, then we try to reduce operating costs. And whenever businesses react, people suffer. As the graduates are not being paid well, and throughout the pandemic, firms have retrenched and people end up without a job. So what do we do? Do we continue reacting? Or do we find strategies? and position ourselves within the industry better? Do we perhaps diversify? Well, these are the questions that we architects often ponder, and well, it keeps us awake at night, thinking about what we should do. And we hope to address at least some of these questions in our workshop today. So, but you ask any business guru, whenever any businesses face challenges, one thing that everybody agrees upon is that we need to adapt and innovate to achieve resiliency, and that's our subject today. So, well, I cannot promise you that after this workshop, the solutions of the problems will suddenly, come about. But at least after listening, maybe we'll gain some insights, fresh perspectives, perhaps new vantage points, and it might also enable you to provide strategies. I wonder how many of us here are practitioners having their own firms? Yeah, that's quite a number. So maybe this is something for you, and also for your staff, for those who are working, then you will be able to, advise, see and wonder whether the firms are doing anything towards this. And maybe you can also suggest to your employers, to your bosses, when you become the associates. So today we have 5 speakers who will be sharing their thoughts and experience on various topics related to resilience and innovation. Okay, our first speaker today will be architect Azim Aziz, principal of Azza Architects. His partner Zulkaisa is just back from the World Cup in Qatar. Okay. So, and we also have architect Zaini Mufti, who's also the convener for our upcoming KLAF event. So we have architect David Teoh of Perunding Alam Bina, technologies Suffian Shahabuddin, and last but not least, in the afternoon we have our Kington Lu Award recipient, architect Dr. Loke Mun. So make sure you stay for the evening. We just put him last so that everybody has something to look forward to. Okay, so the committee also would like to thank our esteemed sponsors, Pantans Green Flooring Materials from Dongji, Malaysia, Sdn Bhd, Nippon Paint, Bank Islam Malaysia Berhad, for their contributions in making our event today possible. So without any further ado, let us start off with the first presentation by Architect Azim. Thank you.
Thank you, Jeffrey. Thank you all. Assalamualaikum warahmatullah, and good morning to all. I know that some of us did not sleep till after 2 watching Brazil. I'm one of it. So if I'm a bit off and a bit sore for Brazil losing at the last minute and on penalties, and if I'm a bit off today, so please forgive me. So I only have about 3 hours sleep after that. Sleep. So tonight is another game, so I hope I can stay awake and watch it. Okay, this is something that just a little bit of background. This is something that I was involved in POF when it was first started up. When we started off, 2 things that under President Lilian we did was the SOMF committee and also Research and Futures. It did not carry through as a standalone committee, but it was put under POP, which is fine with me. Okay, so the PEM-POP committee has tasked under the Research and Futures subcommittee, which is led by Architect Shafiq as the chairman, and co-person was David Teoh. And we did a survey. It took us quite a while to get the questions right, and went through several rounds. And the survey that we did was in November, and it is actually inspired to architect David Steele. Information about the well-being of Australian architects. So I thought that we should do one for Malaysian architects, but narrow and limited it to just purely architects, because they are more towards the whole industry and including graduates and also registered. So this is what our objectives: to present statistical and discuss issues pertaining to architectural profession in Malaysia, to suggest point of focus for architects to move forward for the betterment and the sustainability of the profession. Before that, I didn't want to bring this up, but I've been practicing under ALSA for 30 years now. So now for the next 30 years, I hope I can be able to do it, but I'm prepared to retire anytime. Not anytime, maybe 10 years or so. So, I'm reaching my retirement age already. So before retiring, I would hope that the young generation will also, take over, not me, but most of us who are very concerned on our peace and our well-being. Okay, the survey that we carried out on the well-being was done through a platform called SurveyMonkey. And SurveyMonkey is well used by people like Google, Adobe, Puma, Nasdaq, Toyota, and also now PAM for several years. So from the survey, we had, it's still going on. Monday is the last day. And we will produce a final report on it. So 500 total respondents, and according to their signs, I didn't want to go through the signs, how they get. It is 99% of confidence level and the margin level of about 5.1%. This is the science of it. So, okay, going straight to the survey, the question that we asked, this is the respondents' age. Talking about who responded. There are as low as people between 25 to 30 years old who has been become part 3. And as you can see, if you look through, 43% of the respondents are 51 years old, and 80% are above 61. So this shows that, the definition of aging population, if you look at UN in terms of population, 7%, you are already an aging country. If you want to, I'm not sure if this is a correct comparison, but are we aging profession already? Because 18% considered as that. And also 90% of the ACP, which is architects, have a company that is 30% and below. And if you look at properly, more than 50%, less than 5. There's a micro. I'll go through that. And if you look at it and compare it on the right-hand side is the LAM's official as per December. How many people registered as an architect? And you see that there's 75% sole proprietor. So that's about 1,354 sole proprietor. And you look at it, partnership, there's only 88. And 324 are partnership, and 51 are big firms. 51 is quite a large number. Like you're talking about 51 with more than 75 people. Is considered a big firm. And that is comparable to our survey respondents. Size of practice, like I mentioned just now, micro. This is very important to understand. I'm not a researcher by profession, but I'm interested in research. So micro is less than 5 people. If you are one person, you might either have 4 other people working for you. It means your secretary, 1 other architect, and then 2 draftsmen. That makes up. And small here, this is according to SME. This is their classification. I did it slightly different the last time we did a survey. But Small is between 5 to 30 people, and medium is 30 to 75, and corporate is 75 and above. So this is what, and corporate is only 4%, and that's our large firms. The current state of practice. I put this important because it relates back to our memorandum and agreement, our fee structure, our SOMF, and also later on probably our stakeholders account. I'll come into that afterwards. So according to this, if you read and you took part 3 exam, this is one most important thing that you have to say yes, otherwise you will not pass. That you have to use your PAM memorandum agreement. So 57% say no, but 43% say yes. This is actually to safeguard our profession, but also some of the companies who offer us work do not want to follow this because it says that we have to follow architect's rule and so on, pay according to SOMF. What from the survey, how many percent of the companies have 100%? Some people in companies, you have a different clients. Some are adhering to the scale of fees or close by. So only 19% to 100% are actually following the scale of fees. So quite a low number, but that's a mix between. Then also 0 to 10% is 18%. So many do not follow. I will go through others. What do you think clients refuse? Why do you think that clients refuse to pay? They have in-house team, which is true. Some company I will not name here have their in-house, and you just draw and submit and supervise, I guess. They simply cannot afford it. That's probably true. They are not bound to Architects Act. That is very true. They preserve to improve their margin. This is absolutely true. They fail to value the architect. Yes, we are sometimes what I used to call the Mikey. I let Mikey do it. So Mikey, we are the Mikey. Whatever we need to do, the Mikey will do it. Client base on current marketplace who can propose a lower number. So this is where we are, the cause of it. Basically, we are not that strong or united, or some people would say, and then we to get the job we compete within ourselves. And under others just now, fee reduction, competition by architects, supply and demand matters, market spoiled by freelancers, not confident of architecture services. They fail to understand the scale of work. This is the reason why the takers are giving their opinion. They think the SOMF is too high. They find scale is to be irrelevant, unjustified, and not flexible. Other architects are ready to offer less than SOMF. This is very true. No governing body will protect the rights. And finally, this is much as someone who's really nak melepaskan perasaan. Architects do not create value for themselves, and they go beyond what is expected. Instead of leading the architecture profession, the architecture and building industry, they are lost in their own ego and fighting against each other, instead of fighting together with a common, genuine goal of bringing the profession towards dynamic evolution. Okay. Going back to SOMF again, have you been pressured? No. Typically more than SOMF, which going back to this, I think more of them under sole proprietor because they can afford that. And then they are in a way in demand. No, all fees always in accordance with SOMF. Yes, we negotiated the reduced scope of work in line with the reduced fees. This is, I think, more of a politically correct answer to not to get yourself into some later on problem. We all do what we have to do. But we put the word negotiated so that, and this also goes back to if you look at the schedule of Dr. Tan has mentioned, that it's not very clear in our own SOMF rules. Yes, we provide full discount with full services with discount. Yes, we substantially below SOMF. Then others is not applicable. And how have you been pressured to accept lump sum fixed? This is common if you are in the line for many years. They actually get their QS to give a quote, right, preliminary quote, and then they say that's your fees, you convert it, and I'm going to offer a percentage. Never mind what tender comes out. So your fees is fixed. Then there's another one that say RFP never been successful when we quote fees according to SOMF. So whoever, how good you are as a designer, you'll probably be one of the top designer or architect, but you will never get the fees. And client requests our design proposal together as part of the RFP, which we decline. Some people just decline. Say no, it's not. It's a waste of time. And then lastly, it's like someone just pretty much gave up. I no longer lobby for jobs due to ridiculously low fees and unhealthy price war between architects. So a lot of it need to be deciphered, because you can see who will answer. Through SurveyMonkey, you don't want to make it. It's actually confidential, but you just want to know what percentage people who do that. I suspect a lot of these are much smaller firms. They can afford one or two or three projects which have SOMF fees, so they no longer have to go to the trouble of doing work less than what they ought to get. Have you accepted commission below? No. Here again, I think it's a lot more of the sole proprietor. Yes, we work out a reduced scope of base of SOMF. Like I said, it's now probably politically correct. Yes, we could execute the work a given fee. Yes, and that probably to just keep the office going. Similar to the blue color one, which is about 24%. Yes, we needed the work simply to maintain a cash flow. I think in the long run, it's very unhealthy. But sometimes in the situation given us at a particular time, we kadang-kadang pity or kesian that you have to retrench people. So you take work to just make sure that they are being paid. Although it might be lower than what they ought to get, but at least they can have some money to feed their families. Yes, we needed the work simply to get our staff occupied as well. And yes, we simply wanted the work on that particular project for our reasons. Some of this project may be an iconic project, or project one is one of the lifetime project, and so they sacrifice that in order to get that particular project. The other answer, why some of the CSR, like for example, we've done this before, for surau or masjid, and the other thing is Kementerian Pendidikan KPM downgrades fee category for category 2 to category 3 for non-standard building. Some gave the under pretext of design and build contract managed by JKR to evade SOMF. Then another one is quite common for bigger project is design and build contract, because normally on the design and build contract we come below the contractor. Although they may charge the government or whoever full fees, but they pay less fees. That happens. Who rejects below? Okay, so this is 65% is sole proprietor, and 30% body corporate and partnership, and 5%. Then this is who accept. It's about the same. You look at it, it's 34 accept of the sole proprietor, 59%. 59% accept. 34, so it's like reflects back. Who states that they could still execute work below SOMF, 48% and 38%. So this will reflect another question, and 10%. So quite a large number who people who can do below, but at the expense of other people. What is typical view offered why is typical your view when offered lower fees? You are not offered lower fees, dismissive. I mean, they say they won't entertain anything lower than that. Hopefully, that accepting that would secure more work. This is like doing them a favor in hope that they will, a carrot that you give in hope that they'll give more to you. Disagree with this practice, but no choice to accept it. So some of us are like just helpless. I've accepted, and 17% I accepted this as normal practice. I think in absence of any governing or people and clients that keep on pressuring. So we have done the work. We are one profession, I think, will do work first and ask for payment later. Even my office in Taman Tun, even my regular Dobby person now only will accept to clean my clothes if I pay in full in advance and pick up later. Never mind the quality of their washing, but that's how normally people are now. They ask retainer, they ask advance. Even the lawyers, if you see the lawyers also are looking at this as a cash cow for them. They will ask an advance for 50,000-60,000 now. Dulu was 10,000. So if you want to take your client, it's going to be challenging financially. So that will be another question. So this is under ciphers. I just put ciphers, although there are other things like SMP, because ciphers, one thing is actually $500 according to Lembaga circular that you can claim. And in return, you will have the client gets their strata title almost immediately. The idea is to get your strata title upon vacant possession. So we are actually doing a favor to the developer in this case, because I was at one time a developer friend came to me after 8 years. He couldn't get the strata title. 8 years, and some are going on more. Yesterday there's a newspaper cutting in the stars. It's 15 years. Couldn't get. And as you know, if they are, the developer do not get the strata title, they cannot take themselves out from the management corporation. They have to part of management corporation and deal with the the penduduk there and collect fees. So that is actually cost. And now by doing this, we're saving them costs. And they only have now 2 years CMDG period. After that, they can wash their hands. The contractor and all that, they can wash their hands. The person who are actually standing and having to take whatever comes after that are the architects, because our liability is lifelong. So they can go and close their company, and you close your company, you are assigned as under personal. You're under your name, so you are liable. So that's something that to ponder about. That it's not fair, basically. We save them millions of dollars. They ought to pay. That's 500 ringgit per unit. And how you cross tender bid for projects and not stipulated in the land competition. So there's a 60% and 40% no. So some competition handled without LAMs, overseeing it. And this is do other clients entertain above the fees? I think everybody practicing will go through this about the fees or prolonged fees. And also because of the pandemic, and the prolonged fees is now at least 2 years, and a lot expenses that we have to pay. Your clients have major amendment work fees. This is again, resubmission. A lot of work in resubmission. Sometimes, the number of drawings you have to print and resubmit, and the time spent going over it, especially Bomba, is time consuming. So they only pay partially, and sometimes you only can negotiate until cost, the actual cost, and 33 to 39%. 33% it says no, 39%. And sometimes they write it in the contract. Now the client write it in the contract and saying that, you know, any rework fees are not going to be entertained. So that gives them escape clause. And stakeholders account. This is what I mentioned just now. And President Salih is here. So he had a big article, a very well written article yesterday in the paper. And I thought that I was also, some of us here worked it out before the pandemic together with them to get the mechanism ready. We're just waiting for what Lembaga circular is coming out. Then only we can, even we have planned for a roadshow to inform, and a video to inform. So one thing that after reading the Warta, I hope Lembaga can consider it as because it's optional, consider it as a mandatory for housing, at least for now. And this is the opinion, President. This is actually as clients will adopt it. It's only 4%. I know. This is what the perception, and clients will not adopt it is 45%. And they have ways and means to go around it. Going back, I think they go back to the experience of the ciphers. Practically nobody pays full amount of the ciphers. We are at the losing end. We did argue that we don't need to sign. You sign it. You get the land surveyor to sign it, and don't involve us. But the land surveyor is very good. They say I won't sign it if the architect don't sign it. So then we mengalah lah. We just okay lah. We sign it, but in hope that we'll get paid lah. But as time goes by, the notion of paying it is going to be less and less. This is if anybody wants to read it, it's very good, well written, I think. And what it says here, the amendments of legislation, and it says there good news that it will be in 2023, which is next year. And also, it says there better cash flow, and also it says there the developer was complaining that it will escalate their cost, but their cost has been always escalating. Not their cost, the profit is always escalating. I show you the graph, and our cost is actually going down. Our burden is actually increasing. So read the article. I just won't go through it because in the interest of time. You have a soft copy. Do you want it? I can just post it. You start running projects on behalf. This is, I think, majority architects are sole proprietor. But this is a question that someone brought out, whether if you have someone who's not registered running a project for you on your behalf, is it legal? So that's one thing that, but the majority, I assume, is sole proprietor. And effects of current practice. Profitability, and many, only 26% will say that it's profitable. Many are working at 66% are working at break even, and about 8% is it loss making. Then the majority, 74%, are not profitable by accepting fees lower than SOMF. So I'm not sure if you take it next year, whether that number will stay the same, go down, or with the stakeholders account, or it's going to be increasing. By accepting lower fees, did it negatively affect your office performance? Yes, and in between. Yes means that it negatively affect the performance, and in between, yes and no is about 22%. But accepting fees, did it negatively affect your ability to remunerate your staff? This is very important because what we get in the fees, and a lot of people don't realize it as a running a company for many years, it does affect. We can only afford to pay the amount that we can afford, and it's in a way suppress and frustrate the staff. The good staff might leave and go into other venture, and you lose out in good talent. And in employment, how will accepting fees affect your profession in the long term? And on others, increase competitiveness with firms, which I think it means that increase competitiveness in fees. That each one is trying to outbid ourselves. Attractive salaries resulting in immigration of talent. This is what I mentioned, because some of the people are very good. I was in one university, I think it was UIA and also UPM, and they say that a lot of their good students end up in the local authority or in the government, because it's a pity, because they are probably CGPA 3.9, 3.7. I was seated down the other day on prize giving in UPM. The professor next to me said, if I try to take this course again, 2-3 kali pun I will never get 3.9. And this guy, and I was sitting down, this person, it's a lady, he got the Dean's List, another award, best student, another award. And then after that, towards the end, he came down with his guitar and singing. And so, how did he manage to do that? I thought when I was at school, and it was like, it's like full time, And that was I never really make into Dean's List, so never into 3.5, 3.6. But wow, there's some good people out there. Unattractive salaries leading immigration and poor quality architecture and built environment. I think a lot of this is why the short answer is, why do I want to spend more time to be good, to give good design? I might not be able to get the fees, that I'm asking for. So I just do as little as I can. And based on your current condition, are you planning to retrench your staff? 68% we are maintaining our staff. Again, although we haven't have time to decipher, I say this because this is more the micro firms. Because when you have 5 people, of less than 5 people, you will not want to retrench. You have to retrench yourself as part of it. So 25% is quite a large number. You're retrenching your office, and 7%. And this must be the big firms that we're hiring more employees. If you are, this is a very pertinent question. After the pandemic, I don't know. There's some, I don't know, some growth in this. Client just say, I don't want to pay you, and what did you do? Because some of these are large figures, and yes, 75% pursue settlement, which is reduce what you are claiming for. You have to sit down with them. There's nothing to lose with them. It's just your words, and some say no. 29% say no. Based on previous answer, why is it not applicable? This I'll elaborate. And we are willing. I think this is because of the dire need to cash flow. Time involved will not be just that is true. You have to spend a lot of time. It goes to arbitration or even a court. Then this is something not supposed to be that. That you want to preserve good relationship and not to be blacklisted. So they are hoping to get another job. This is a carrot that sometimes developers will give. The other two is very, very pertinent, because the legal fees involved will not justify pursuing the claim. This what I mean is that the lawyers will ask at least 50,000 in advance. You have to pay before they take your case, and the whole case will probably take you another 150,000. And that will, now with the court being so backlogged, it will take you 2 years just only to get the first ruling. Then it can be amended. That might take another year. Then if someone wants to take to the apex court, which is the federal court, it will take another year. So do you have the stamina to wait for that? And at the end of the day, a battle well fought, but you give you a lot of scars and bruises along the way. and many will just give up. And I have people texting me and said, it's not going to. I'm just going to let it go because I don't have the financial cash flow to. But they don't pay you. You are in the red, and then you just let it go and move on to the next project, and probably not ever take them again. And this is previous to this, and I'm quite actually. I'm not a researcher, but I'd like to do some research, and I hope in future PAM will take this more seriously, and I'll get the more have it funded and have a more qualified people to do research, because I have to learn how to it not be entirely correct. So in survey one we took was in 2020. That was because to help President Lillian at that time, and she had to see the Minister of Finance to get help from them in terms of those who had to with architect David as well, myself and Iskandar come up with all this. So this is we had third quarter 2020, fourth quarter 2020, and fourth quarter 2021, and this is the third quarter 2022. I just hope that I don't know whether I have a strength to do 2023, but I hope it will be in every year. Then we can have it stored so that we can see, why I said that. I'll tell you why. And next, but this is the historical or chronological, the events, or the events, and you can see the trend. That's the only way. And thank goodness that we have, or thank God that we have SurveyMonkey, and it has actually helped us, and WhatsApp and all that, email help us. One thing I just want to digress a bit. One thing, a part of taking a survey, people are lacking motivation. I think to increase motivation, you must have like a lucky draw and also prizes. So you definitely will get the numbers. I say this through experience. One day I went to a CIDB dinner, and it's about 11 o'clock. Everybody's full. I said, wow, during PAM dinner, when I used to organize them, by 11 there's practically nobody. But what they're waiting for is the lucky draw. CIDB has lots of money, so practically everybody will get a prize. So, whether you can get an iPhone or a flat screen TV or a trip somewhere, and you can have people retain in the ballroom. So that's something to consider. Like, if you want to have a really detailed one. This is quite important, but we did not ask this question in this time around. It's in fourth quarter 2020, the red color, firms optimistic for the recovery of the architectural business moving forward. So yes was 36 in 2020, and fourth quarter of 2021, the gap has widened at 44. So that particular time last year, fourth quarter December, people are less optimistic. For non-practical architects, this is towards the end, because we try to get those non-architect to also participate in the survey, so we know the numbers. So these are from the survey. These are the people, 27% of the people, which is 16% of the membership. Say between 16 to 20% are actually not practicing, but are into other things. Academia 27, developer 27, government body is 27, so it's all equal. So 6% is non-affiliated profession. 12% is retired. So there are about 12% architects, probably above 60, and the oldest architect is I think between Datuk Lim Cheong Ket and both of them are my old bosses, and Datuk Lim Chin Si, Datuk Baharuddin, which are coming up to their 94th birthday next year. So they're still alive. Even Dr. Cheong Ket is talking to, I'll let you know afterwards, with Datuk Hajidah, which is also 77 years old, 20 years older than I am. And I can see if I live to that long, I would be wanting to at least maintain, hopefully to maintain as his stature. at that particular time. And what do you, were you part of this is for the people who are non-practicing now? Yes. 9% no. So 9% went straight to the others that I mentioned. And how long have you worked? 1 to 10 is a more. And that's 31 years, that's 21 to 30 years. I guess this one will be career. They will no longer come back to do practicing. And so the beginning of the 62% of the 16%, about 1 to 10 years. Are you planning to continue working with the above? Majority say yes. Unsure is about 23%. And no is 17%. Why did you change your, this is also important, why that 16% change your profession not to practice architecture is, practicing architecture is quite hard, not easy, especially in this environment. We have so many responsibilities. Sometimes I would like to say this word that you can die standing, doing all the things that you are required to do. You need people to help. You can't do, you can't be a one-man band to do all this. Architecture was a platform to progress into something else. That's very valid. I think architecture can offer that. Although you take 6 years to become to graduate, you're part 1 or part 2. But this is in this survey is all for part 3. Better working hours is true. I know that some firms, their staff don't see the light of day outside. When they come to office, it's still dark. When they leave the office, it's still dark. Even on weekends. So I pity them, like there's no work-life balance. Some of them, after a while, they get burnt out. And the reason for the change in profession and others, retrench, pay cut, family matters, obligation, looking for flexible hours. That's, when you have a family, that's also, one thing, or you have other interests. Interest in academia over practice. This is also sent to me, and I think I edited it so that it doesn't look political in a way. This guy, I know this guy, is an architect at the brink of retirement, which is 60, you're talking about 60, 65. In the 90s, those were happy days. Enough job for everyone and room to grow, which is true because I was practicing about 90s. And there came an era of meritocracy, and all government project is consultants to be handed to JKR consultants. Young small practices began to suffer. We practically stopped talking about small project, caring for mega projects, and foreign consultants. Lately, open tender everything, scrapped the scale of fees. Yeah, this means that our fees are also subjected to being tendered. So, you have to tender. And normally, no matter how good your design is, the financial side is not looking right, looking rosy. They may just use your, those who are offering lower might get the job. This is probably obviously before the election. At the moment, you don't know who is going to be government. The government must first respect the scale of fees, open a market for government project consultants to a fair percentage at least, bring back consultant appointments, rotation system. This was happy days, those days when we had a rotation system within the government. So you just wait for your turn to get your projects. So every other year you're bound to get one government project. So that's no longer the case. In-council consultant standard, create a fair system, establish categories so that small startups don't have to fight against big titans, improve fee payments when we get our first claim after the contractor or get their advance payment. Yeah, contractor normally get 15% advance payment. If you're doing government project, we don't get. So sometimes our work that we have done started a year ago, but the contractor, when they get the work or awarded with the work, they get 15% in advance. Just imagine if you get 10 million worth of project, they get 1.5 million. That's to begin the project. That's amazing. Yeah. And improve payments, claim and contract, and then we are one of the small sectors in the nation economy. That's true. And he was not embarrassed to say that they need help. Actually, meaning us, we do need help. Financial matters, this is what we're going back to what Architect Jeffrey was mentioning, that this is where you see the downturn. We are subjected to this. Many have to remember that every 10 years, the last recession was probably 10 years ago, and then we are facing one now coming up, and every time we are boom and bust. So you can grow big, suddenly you have to reduce your staff, and that's also costing money, causing very, very painful experience where you have to reduce. So now we have COVID-19, and some say next year will be worse. I don't know whether it's going to be in Malaysia or it's going to be in the Western countries. So the last one I know, I came back in 1987. So that was a really, really painful time. You know, there's no jobs, and I have to work during the day for free and work in a petrol station to get income. Some people have to sell newspapers or sell magazines. Then 1997 is also where the financial crisis, where they had this, most countries went to, in this region, some countries went to IMF, even Korea, Indonesia, Thailand. And this is subprime crisis in 2008, where it affects more towards the Western countries, which is Europe and also US, because of their property, mortgage issues. And recently, never that we had in our experience that we had COVID-19. The last one was in 1920s, during the war of World War I, where the Spanish flu. So we know now that although it's not over, I just last checked yesterday, there's 1,300 cases of COVID, but we are learning how to live with it. We need to live with it because otherwise we won't be able to function well. Number of architects. The population now is 32 million. So we have 2,369. In 2015, I just checked yesterday, the population of registered architects was 1,900. So if you look at yearly, it's about 57 from 2015 to 22. We have about 57.1 architects per year. So using the same formula, by 2050, with a population of 42 million, we will probably have 4,000 architects. And why I put 40, that will be at 2050. According to many reports, that will probably be our maximum population. Before our growth of population will start to stabilize and slowly go under. So wait to see. We'll see whether, some of us I'll be probably very old. I think many of you guys here are young, will probably experience this. And our responsibilities, workload has increased without any thought of additional payment. Even there's an additional payment also, they say it's already CCC replacing CF. I know there are many thoughts of this, but there are Sabah and Sarawak using CF still, no CCC. CCC also goes back to OSC 3, and they can function because we do work in Sabah. So it can work, but CCC has grown into a different animal now. I think a new survey has to, we did a survey a year or two ago, but we need a more current survey because OSC 3 Plus is actually OSC 4. But I know they're going to come up with OSC 4. Then there'll be OSC 5, OSC 6 every few years. The way I see it is that we need to, because there's nothing to them, the local authority, but they don't do additional work, but they just give us more work to do. So this estimate fees, this need to be tested again. It was from 5% for 100 million project, now down to 1.5, 1.6, below 2 basically. That's how our fees has deteriorated over time. And although this is something that goes back to what the, President Shali was saying about will add to the rising price if we initiate the stakeholders account. But look at the pricing of houses. There has been since 2000 to now, 2020, is 89% increase. We didn't get 89% increase in our fees. This is in the US, but I can question this percentage. Is it 15%? Those back in days where I helped the developers do a preliminary costing, they won't do work less than 20%. You know, I don't know if it still holds or not. This is in US, and I think architects is not covered here. So we need to get architects. What's their profit margin? I don't know. I think it must be less than probably 10%, less than 10%. And or if you look at break even, it is zero. The profit margin is probably zero. You're doing work for free. Then this is actually in 2015. 2015 or 20, it needs to be updated. The average salary was about 76,000. This is all individual in the industry that registered and not registered. So the architect's average growth is only 2.2% per annum. General staff average salary growth is 1%. So we lose about some amount in our inflation, because inflation is about 2% averaging it. So architects are losing purchasing power 2% per annum. With your salary that you have, you might lose about next year, because inflation still remains or rise. You might lose your purchasing power. And if you look at this data, this is actually now we are actually, the number of our ratio of architects to inhabitants are very low. The only lowest country that in this study is China. Singapore has only population, less population, but they have 2,500 architects. And ratio inhabitants, we are also low, which is about 1 to 15,000. One architect to over 15,000 of the population. And one thing that we need to do, this is something that I'm advocating, and we share this. So, come up with profit margin that if you go for $100 million project, and if our SOMF is 4.16, we will get 31%. This needs to be tested. If your fees are discounted to 1.8, it's at minus 57, which is going to be a loss making. And if you want to break even, your fees have been 2.84%. I doubt many clients will give you 2.8% in terms of in one particular project, but you have to share it with others. The other thing is finding out cost of running ACP. This is what we developed over the years. So the reason why we do is that we want to by digital or electronic. We ask our staff to key in the number of hours, so we can know, say for example, phase like a schematic design. You must know how much it will cost you to do that schematic design. Sometimes the schematic design can last years. That's where some of the money that you lose, because they just want to keep changing to know, and they to no cost to them, no cost to them. Finding out cost of running ASP, then you come out with a cost analysis, and this is ought to used by all, so that the information you can target it to a client. If you, for example, a client is so and so, any project that you do with this client will cost you this much. Because out of 10 clients, 10 people, architects doing it, that's the costing average is this. So you know that whether you want to take the project, or you know that you better not take the project. So summary, coming to the end, is a well-being architecture a healthier site? 90% are below 30 people. 50% of firms are micro, which is 5 staff. So from this, I look at the safest bet is to have a 5 micro firm, because you only have 5 staff, you don't have a lot liability, and because a lot of things that you calculated, you have to pay for in advance is your taxes and your EPF, and they won't be lenient in that. They will make sure that you pay. And if you don't pay, they're going to penalize you, even if you don't get the money. I say, if you haven't gotten the money yet, no, it's your problem. You already put your fees in, and you have to pay that money. And now it's 4 times that you have to make sure that your projected income, it cannot be lower than 10% or plus and minus. If not, both sides you're going to get penalized. If your project income is higher or lower, you project it in advance. So most firms accept work to keep their staff. There are large firms operating on break-even basis. There are firms that are competing with fees to obtain work. And additional work such ciphers are not fully paid. The tendency of firms not being fully paid towards the end of the project that have to be negotiated and obtain lower fees. So this is something that on the other side, the client has a tendency to do. Many firms are not confident that the stakeholders' account will work. In this case, more information and testing is needed. So this is something to prove that is correct, that we can help. Open discussion on the matter. I think and I think relax on people are scared. I can tell you, when I ask people to do this, some will say that, it's going to incriminate you and you are going to be, I said, why should we be scared? We should be open up and tell our hearts out what is affecting us. And and so I hope that, don't go too hard, especially lembaga, don't go too hard on us. We are trying to survive and make things better. And we have to be sustainable for the long term. I'll elaborate this is clear afterwards. And more surveys to be carried out with greater participation of members to gain more feedback. Because we need the feedback. We don't get the feedback, especially the young generation. It's difficult for us to argue the case. So I would recommend that, because I am on my way out into retirement. There's a great number of people who are young, and we don't want to live this profession worse off, and we took it over. So, they should take it up. In what manner? I will elaborate a bit afterwards. The end game is to be successful in gaining proper and realistic remuneration to commensurate with our work and duty of care, to assure that this profession remains attractive with integrity and promotes good architecture. Why I say this, and now after the pandemic, there are 2 surveys I read. One, as I mentioned, is in Australia, and then one is the UK. Australia had about 2,000 to 3,000 people taking a survey, and wider people within the industry. And the one that I read recently, yesterday, while watching the Brazil game, thinking that Brazil will win, and there's one, Elizabeth something47 that 800 something people from 3 different countries, which is US, UK, and Australia. 47% is all about pay and quality of life, and 47% thinking of leaving the profession. But we are fortunate that we still have the SOMF. They don't have. And Australia is some countries, I don't know whether Australia, but I heard, but they are trying to reinstate that. Findings suggest current legislation governing architect is not being widely practiced. Scope of works, CCP is higher. Income are not growing. Conclusion, this I'll read. You can read it. I'll send it out. I know my time is almost over. And this is what I think the current way of practicing architecture will evolve in the event of technology, which is technology will take over. I don't know whether you know singularity. If not, you can check it. By year 2045, whereby the intelligence of the machine will be over the intelligence of human being through AI. And this will transcend human intelligence. That means the machine not to say a takeover, like the machine will be more intelligent than in inverted commas, and erasing the boundary between humanity and computers. So this will, in 22 years, if this is correct, in 22 years, the way we practice architecture will be different. It will not be the same. So all this part 3 recognizing degree in 20 years will probably be irrelevant anymore. So AI will probably, do the design for you, and then you comment on it. And I think last slide. Right now, until what is going to happen in 22 and 20, 30 years, is standing still is the fastest way of moving backwards in a rapidly changing world. So technology will, as you know, my kids were no longer driving fuel combustion engine anymore. They will be driving electric cars. Even I'm waiting for a relatively cheap electric car before I reach the age of 60 to buy one. Because as you know, at age 60, after 60, you can't get a loan. So before I reach 60, I have to buy one electric car, see how it goes. Hopefully by then there's a charging station, easy, so that we got to get the experience of electric cars, not including autonomous by your generation. I'm just become a grandfather, and I know that I look at these kids. I think next 20 years from now, they'll probably they'll be driven autonomously. You just call the car and just go and to a place. Okay, I think I've taken so much time. So sorry, Architect Jeffrey. What I'm trying to say here is that we got to, what little time we have, we got to address this issue. One thing is the state loss account, and we're waiting for what is coming out, because some of us worked on it for about 2-3 years to get the mechanism in, and it is already 14 years or more since CCC were introduced that it has been delayed. And 14 years is too long. You don't wait for it to be a lot longer. Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, good day.
Thank you so much, Architect Azim. Let's give him another round of applause. Now, before we go on to our next speaker, I'd like to invite Architect Sarli onto the stage for a little welcoming speech. Please give him a round of applause.
Assalamualaikum and a very good morning. First and foremost, I would like to apologize for being slightly late. So many things happening. Today is actually my 2 kids' sports day. So I have to be a father for a while. But of course then have to revert back to becoming PAN president. So I have to come here and then maybe later on revert back to being a father. But I believe that there's no such thing as coincidences. And I think it's fated that I came late a bit because it gives you the opportunity to listen to Architect Azim, and which is the most important part of today, actually. And great work has been done here by Architect Azim, which deserves, I think, at least a loud round of applause from all of you. Yeah, well done, Azim. Yeah. And well done to the POP committee under Shafiq, David, yeah? And of course, Jeffrey and Suffian here. And later on, we'll listen to one of our past presidents, Doc, who's at the back there. He's a bit shy after yesterday's event, maybe. But on the surface of everything, on the very root of it, when we look at all these surveys, it's actually something symptomatic. What I mean symptomatic is like when you look at a disease, these are the symptoms, but what is actually the root cause. So when we get data, we analyze, and then we look at the root cause. And when I look at the data that Azim presented to us, even before this, I feel that the root cause is actually our miscommunication of what the profession is to the general public. Yeah. Sometimes we architects, we are of course very educated, very smart people. We live in this bubble of intellectualism. Sometimes we live in this bubble of professionalism. We forget that 98% of the world lives outside of it, and sometimes it's very difficult to imagine someone who actually doesn't understand what we're talking about. But I'm sure if in your practice, in your experience, you have encountered someone who doesn't even know what architect do or does. Someone who doesn't even know the difference between an architect or an interior designer. And a lot of times, people will just say, oh, architect do drawings, which is totally just a fraction of what we do, right? So my thinking is, when we live in this bubble and we miscommunicate our message, people don't understand what we do. And hence, that will lead to not understanding why we deserve fees, what is our responsibility. I put a simple example. A doctor, everybody knows what a doctor does. When someone goes to a specialist diagnose someone, hey, you have a headache. He gives you Panadol. Say, oh, never mind, nothing's wrong with you. But at the end of the day, you go out, you're still charged 300 ringgit. Nobody says anything because they exactly know what the specialist does. They especially know the level of liability, the level of training of a specialist. Yeah. So similarly, you don't get people who compare, why am I paying 300 ringgit for Panadol? The idea of going to a 7-Eleven, getting a pack of Panadol for 3 ringgit, going to a pharmacist, getting a pack of Panadol for maybe slightly more expensive, or going to a doctor for treatment, and perhaps also being diagnosed and given a pack of Panadol for maybe like 50 ringgit, and going to a specialist who also diagnose you but also gives you a pack of Panadol is perhaps our issue of communication. We need to educate people that we are at the same level as the specialists. We are not the 7-Eleven or the pharmacist. But unfortunately, a lot of the general public do not know this. Yeah? But that is the disconnect. We seem to think that people know what we do, but in actuality, we don't. And it's a very humbling experience when I came into presidency. I have a very open policy, and a lot of people send me messages through Telegram and WhatsApp telling me almost about their personal problems, like their practice problems. Can you do this? Can you help that? And you can see from the survey that 90% of architects are actually running micro firms. Yeah. Those are not the big firms, not even the medium firms. So these people are really struggling, and they are dealing with the majority of the people. Yeah. And we are not talking, when I say people don't understand what we do, I'm not talking about the B40s, okay? I'm talking about general person on the street, the middle class, who have degrees, who work, who are professionals, who work in banks, who work in corporations, but they still do not have a fundamental understanding of what an architect does. So I think since we are celebrating our 100 years next year, this is one of the fundamental things that we should get across in our communication. At least most Malaysians should understand. We have been here 100 years, but people still don't understand what architect does. And I think that is something that is quite saddening. It's very sad. Yeah. So, Zaini, I know I'm putting pressure on Zaini here, being the KLF director. For those who do not know, Architect Zaini here is our next KLF director for next year. Yeah. Thank you for the encouragement. No pressure, Zaini. But I think at the fundamental level, these are the problems that we have. And I think you might scoff and say that, "Alah, is it true?" But you must understand, yeah, the junior staff, the people who are working in the government, the people who are working at middle management in GLCs, if they don't understand, and when they become the bosses or when they are making decisions, they don't understand the value of your service. They don't understand the value of what you do. They quantify you according to a direct comparison to the materials that you produce. Yeah. Oh, you do one drawing for 100,000? I'm sure you've heard that before. So they don't see the liability behind it. They don't see all the things that you see, because to them, your work is same as the other people. Yeah. Similarly, if you look at the example I showed you just now, nobody will ask if you go to a specialist, then the specialist didn't even give you any medicine, but they write you a referral letter to see another specialist, but you still have to pay for the time, right? Nobody will say, "Hey, you didn't give me anything. You just wrote this letter. It cost me 300 ringgit." Yep. Nobody would say that, because it's fundamental that they understand that, they have training, their life, of course, depends on it. But doesn't it bother you that the general public health and safety also depend on architects? But almost nobody, you ask the person on the street, nobody will tell, "Hey, architects is about safety." So those are the points of communication that I feel really, really will, in the future, will start to change the perception. Because this is the symptom. What is the root cause? Yeah. Of course, you can argue there's many other compounding causes, but actually, if people understand what we do, the hardships that we go through, they would be more acceptable to paying us proper fees. Yeah. Our problem is that our image is that sometimes in popular media, architects are seen as, well off, seen as, if you look at any movies or any of, especially the drama, it is so totally giving the wrong impression of what an architect does and what are the responsibilities of an architect. So perhaps popular culture, although we think that it's something that is not important, popular culture does create the perception of what is an architect. What is an architect is different now in the eyes of the general public than the perception of what is an architect. So I think we have to correct that first and foremost. Yeah. With regard to the stakeholder, I think it is something that will help us. Yeah. But the adoption rate, if you can see, it is very low. And I think if people understand what you do, they will start to give you the proper fees, because a lot of people will not understand that an architect's job is not just to prepare pre-contract or during the contract. They forget about the defect liability period. They forget about even the many years that you are spending trying to get the project through in submission, for example. Yeah. And I believe that if you can actually communicate this, people do understand better. It will create less of an issue. Because now when you approach a client, if their expectation is your fees at a certain rate, and you tell them that whatever, you tell them a story that, oh, actually I need, perhaps 50% more, and their initial reaction would be, oh, I'm getting swindled, or I'm not getting value from your service. You see, but if you meet someone who's expecting, your fee to be at a high rate, then suddenly you say, oh, no, it's not that expensive. We're actually at a lower rate. Then, of course, it will seemingly psychologically, you at the point of sale, you will have a psychological advantage. And unfortunately, now we are at the opposite side. When you meet a client, they automatically think that these are the normal fees because this is the market rate. Whereas the market rate is artificially created to perhaps many years of neglect from society towards the architectural profession, and some architects who are actually practicing at that level. So we must raise this level of normalcy to the higher level, so that even when we try to communicate our services to anybody, they will say, oh, you are actually giving value to them. And I think at the very core of running a sustainable architecture practice is the perception that, of you giving value in whatever manner. Some firms give value in terms of taking care of their customers, very good service, some very good design, some professional contract management, whatever form, they feel that they have value. But now we need to give them in terms of, we give them value because we are actually more efficient at doing our work. Hence, we are giving them a better service. Yeah. So I think that is just a starting point for the discussions today. It's not by all means the conclusion. And I'm sure by all our very honored speakers here and will provide the necessary intellectual and hopefully correct analysis on what we have seen on Azim's survey. I think it gives me great positivity that we are moving forward. Yeah, because if we have not seen the symptom, we can't analyze it. We can't give or we can't actually suggest probable solutions. So we are moving forward, and I'm glad. Thank you again, POP Committee, for organizing this. It is a wonderful effort on behalf of all architects in Malaysia. Yeah, and of course, it will help future architects as well in terms of the declining rates of people actually studying architecture. I think one more other thing, Azim, you should put in your survey is how many architectural parents who actually ask their children to become architects. You will find that it's a number that is going less and less and less. Yeah, yeah. I wouldn't want to name names. I have an architect who says who I know that the son or daughter, and asking me to guide the daughter and son, but personally he doesn't believe that he made the right choice for the kid. So I think this is something that is very troubling, because our generation is having this. Imagine what the future generation will be facing without correction. Yeah. Okay. Before I end my supposedly short introduction, I would like to thank our sponsors, Bank Islam, Dongji with their brand Pantons, and of course Nippon Paint. Yeah. Thank you, our sponsors, for facilitating this discussion. It's something that is important to the architectural fraternity, and I'm sure the architects here will not forget that you were here. Hopefully. And with that, I wish all the speakers the best. And thank you all for coming. I'm glad to see that we are almost full, even the top floors. It bodes well for the future of architects. Yep. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Architect Sarli, our PAM President of 2022/2023. Please give him another round of applause. Now let's move on to our next speaker. And as mentioned just now by Architect Sarli, recently announced as next year's CLAF 2023 Director, Architect Zaini Mufti is born and bred in Gombak and currently lives and works in Hulu Klang. He received his architectural education in the United States of America and he returned to Malaysia in 1992 and started his architectural journey in FD Architect. At the turn of the millennia, while his wife was pregnant and president of a small Rotary club, he embarked on a solo journey into the unknown, namely starting a sole proprietor architectural practice. 2006 was the year Architect Zaini and Architect Syed Radi set up ZSR, and history is still being made until today. Now, without further ado, please welcome Architect Zaini Mufti.
Thank you, Aisha. So, I'm sure most of you all have seen me around. I'm Zaini Mufti. My full name is actually Nur Zaini, which is a bit feminine. Yeah. I think it's very interesting to hear Azim with his presentation. But one question to Azim, if it's that bad, why are you staying in this for 30 years? And kind of hard to say it's so bad when your director just came back from Qatar watching World Cup. So anyway, it's not that bad. For the younger group, please understand it's not that bad. Most of us have done this for so many years. Talking about perception of architects, then I realized maybe I shouldn't have worn this jacket. Should wear black like all of them. So anyway, Assalamualaikum, selamat pagi. Thank you for spending time with us. Even though most likely most of you all are here for the CPD points. So, as we know, this is a paid event. Where PAM members paid $50, the others paid $100. So minus duit makan and divide by 5 speakers. So I owe you all some knowledge worth 15 ringgit lah. So if you go along that line, I think I can share that lah with you. So a few days ago, I met some of my fellow presenters, chatting about what we are going to say today. My friend accurately say that today's talk about the fact that our company still exists after many years and surviving economic recession, recent pandemic and all that. So if you go just by definition of the word resilience, is the capacity to withstand or to recover quickly from difficulties, from toughness. And innovation is new method, new ideas. So from the profile of the speakers today, I believe we were invited based on our company's profiles, the fact that we have been around for a while, especially Azim, the Tan, myself. Even David is the second generation of a very old firm, except for maybe Suffian. Suffian, maybe for him, the focus will be more on innovation. It's the new generation of architects. Anyway, to me, looking at the crowd today, I know some of you all in the crowd. I believe the crowd today consists of people of various backgrounds, from academia, from authority, from developers, practice, students even, at various stages of your career. It's good to know how companies ensure their existence for a long period, but personal resiliency might be more relevant to most of us here. So that will be the angle of my presentation. It's closer to home, and maybe hopefully you can adopt some of what my experience, my suggestion, that if you can learn from this, it might help you almost immediately. Yeah? Thus, for my presentation, I'm going to focus and share views on how to be resilient individuals. Yeah? This definitely will help in making your company, regardless whether you are owner or employee, to be resilient in facing all challenges. For those among us who are employed, please remember that your journey to be the best you can be is about you and your future. Okay? Because sometimes when you talk to employees, they feel that, oh, however hard we work, the bosses will benefit the most. Okay? The organization will benefit the most. But you have to get out of that thinking mode or attitude. Because when you develop yourself, wherever you go, you bring it with you. Yeah? So your employer of the day will just be a, what do I call it? A collateral beneficiary lah of your journey. Yeah? But akhirnya, you will be the one benefiting, you will be the one that improve, and you will bring that wherever you go. Yeah? So don't think that your hard work will only enrich your employer. Yeah? Even though sometimes it looks like that. So the way I'm going to do this, I'm going to take some time to introduce my company actually, because I think I'm not as famous as DTLM or Azim. Yeah? Because for me personally, I always feel I need to show that I have the standing to say what I want to say. Yeah, because I never like to listen to people who talk about something that they have not proven themselves to have done it. Yeah, maybe it's idealistic or whatever, but that's how I see it. Yeah? So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to introduce my company for a little bit. I'm going to share the ZSR roadmap in the sense that how project came about and how network works and all that. Thirdly, some relevant questions on resiliency and some key influential factors. Right? Okay, this is my personal journey. So if any of you all share my history here, we can talk later. Maybe we went to the same school or whatever. So that is, surprisingly, Google nowadays, I can even find my school logo for my primary school. So it's Geni Road, Alam Shah, first batch, KPP, went to Texas A&M, went to Michigan, worked with maybe some of you all know I have an architect brother, worked for my brother for a bit until 2000. I opened that firm. Okay, I have to admit, didn't get my license when I opened my business in 2000. I only got my license in 04. So Zaini Mufti in 06, I opened the SR. Yeah? So that's the whole journey in 15 seconds. Was a council member in 15, 16. Some friends still say I should put out my name, but I admit I'm not a winnable candidate. Yeah. But I do work. I'm a convener of PAM Award 2016, the year that nobody won gold medal and everybody blame me. Yeah? Convener is not involved in jury. Yeah? We are not a jury, so let that get straight. I'm involved in the Council for Accreditation into my second term. That is part of. Just for some information, we did Lembaga Architect, there's only two council. There's Exam Council and Council Accreditation. Yeah? Recently, I was appointed Adjunct Professor of Architecture in UPM. And like Sally mentioned, since September 1st, I got appointed as Director of Class 2023. There's a little regret about it because there's so much work involved. But I can't pull out. Yeah. So anyway, when I saw this list, I suddenly realized I forgot one of the biggest thing I've done for PAM. Yeah. We were the benefactor of PEM ZSR Architecture Prize from 2015 to 2019, where ZSR spent for a total 250,000. That benefit about 70 students. Yeah? So that was my contribution. Yeah? So as a firm, I will quickly run through. That little day one there actually is just a small one badminton court, DBKL hall. But the location is like 500 meters from the house that I grew up. So I think architects being a bit sentimental sometimes, it's really nice to do something near where you grew up. So anyway, there's so many pages here just quickly. That is my partner, Syed Radi. Yeah. So if some of you all who know us personally, we look like totally different people, but maybe that's the strength of partnership sometimes. Yeah. Okay, this group picture used to be in Prague, London, all that, but this is just Terengganu. So maybe what Azim has been saying is quite right. Business is getting bad. Yeah? So over the years, we have won little awards. This little hotel in Pudu, honorary mention. Still haven't got that trophy. Honorable mention also one surau in Sierra Mas. Maybe some of you all live there. Yeah. This the Korean Institute of Architect. I think our esteemed Dr. Tan also always entered this. Participated in 2014 Paris Biennale with my ex-staff who's more famous than me now, Firadaus, and sculptor Ramlan Abdullah. Landed residential, we done in Old Klang Road, Ulu Klang, a lot of Shah Alam, Putrajaya. These are all Putrajaya. Shah Alam, private home in UK Heights. So this is where a bulk of our work, the strata residential. For this particular client, we did 6 projects for them. And it's really interesting about this client that after we did 6 projects, then they said, oh, they have grown big, they have a slightly good name for themselves. They want to go for bigger architects. So the next project they give to Dr. Tan. So that's what people like us are facing, Dr. Tan. Yeah. So that's the name of the game. Yeah. Some friends from college. So the reason I show this, in the while I show you the roadmap, I call it roadmap, that how sometimes the networking, keeping in touch, all that will come into the picture. Yeah. Some of the things that you can imagine where this connection comes from. 1,000 unit Putrajaya. Yeah. This is will be completed in a year's time. 1,200 units. Yeah. This is completing in 6 months. 500 units. This is submitting plans. Completed. Yeah. So those are the high rises, some commercial. This is the 40-story in Kampung Baru that we have done opposite the mosque. Yeah. What's known now as the Tamu Hotel. So some hospitality, schools, Tadika, institutional, we've done Balai Police, the BLT days, training center, Bomba. This is under DBKL. If you all are aware, some of the practitioners, DBKL give you a lump sum appointment for 5 million worth of project. Then they just give you these small things. Yeah? So this is something interesting that UniKL, University Kuala Lumpur, their business school moved into Quill Mall. So I think I haven't heard it before that part of university moved into a mall, but that's what happened. Because as you know, UniKL is one of the tower at the DBKL in Kampung Baru, and Queen City Mall is just next door, right? So they just took 70,000 square feet and moved their business school there. Okay? Inside the mall. We did the industrial court in Keso building. Yeah? We did some interesting thing, elephant sanctuary in Kuala Brang. Yeah? By the way, my partner is a Terengganu boy, so there's some connection there. This is some residential proposal lah. Eh? So those are the things. Okay, like I say just now, we used to travel a lot until 2015. Eh? We get published also. Yeah. So that's my profile lah, that you can see in the website and all that. So in terms of volume of work, we have done a lot. Yeah. And I feel we can claim that we are resilient as a group, and we are also resilient as people, as the directors. As you all know, at one time, I brought in another director. So for a period of 7 years, I think there were 3 directors. But now we are back to 2. Okay, this is the one I'm talking about. Okay, my journey, I divide into 3 portions. This is the FD days. That's the company under my brother. And the middle part is when I started business but not licensed yet. And then the bottom part, okay the Zaini A, ZSR years . So what I just want to focus on a few things. Let's say this client 1, this Mr. A. So there were projects appointed here, but didn't happen. So later on, years later, when this project happened, this client look out for me. So that's why you get this project. Then you started doing that project. This project will lead to other project with the same client. And then this Mr. A moved to another company. Then you create another client. Another client, I get another job from client 2. It means under a different company. So this is like a 10-15 years relationship lah. Same with Mr. B. There's a client here which I did long time ago. This is in the 90s. We are still in touch until today. So even this client 3, he was in a corporation. Then the big boss moved here. Then Mr. B also followed here. Did another project here. Then Mr. B moved to another company. Then we got some project here. So what I'm trying to say here is the strength of networking and relationship lah. And how you keep the relationship is not, if we think in a bad way, people will always think, oh, you entertain lah, you give gifts lah, and all this. But it's not really actually, Because I think people who live, who ask for those things are not real relationship lah. They take advantage of you, or they just want what they want lah. But people who you really serve, basically, when you do your work well, you make their work easier, right? That's what most of these clients look for actually. So that is that. And then this client 4 is the one I was talking about, that we did the 6 project with them until they said they want to go for bigger architects lah. So anyway, when that happened, I told my office, my partner, so I think even to get 6 jobs from one client is sufficient lah. No hard feelings at all. And not to say anything, of course DTRM is bigger than us. I'm known for better design, all that, which is fair. Because most likely at some point, people will do that to a smaller firm with me also. They said, oh, you want to give the SR lah. So the thing goes round and round lah. So, and then there's And sometimes luck also, like even that 1,000 unit in Putrajaya. One day they just called, they said, oh, because we have created our reputation, I think, of being able to deliver. When we say it's Thursday. Eh? And sometimes it's as simple as that. Eh? If you promise it's Tuesday, your car broke down, you just inform them, my car broke down, I cannot make it Tuesday. And we said. But don't ghost people out, make stupid excuses and all that, kan? Eh? So, I think it's that direct relationship, I think people appreciate it. Okay, this police quarters, university friend was working in the development company. Okay, that's one. And then local authority also sometimes give us job. Again, about that dependability, they know we are not berkira sangat. Tapi nanti that issue Azim marah lah. Sign drawing tak charge kan, sikit-sikit kan. All this pemotehan, we have done pemotehan for local authority. Because you know, those days when we practiced 30 years, 20 years ago, local authority never submit their own plan. They do Dewan lah, kindergarten lah, kan. But now suddenly, bomba one fire cert, one ni. They want to rent out the thing as kindergarten. To get license, you need CCC, you need this, kan. So there's a lot of that kind of work also. And nothing is too small for us. Satu tambahan block in the school also, we do also. And you only get your final payment like 3-4 years down the road. Kan? So, So that's some issue. Government projects are not to say that we don't get it at all. That would be a lie. We do. But we don't depend on them also. So government project, I think, as you all know, most of, I don't know lah, not statistically, I don't know, but I think most of here pernah dengar or pernah get it, it will be a bonus. But fee slightly better than swasta. 15-20 years ago, before this stupid bidding for government job process was introduced, we did a rough calculation that it is double lah. Government project, government project 25 million, same fees with private project were 50 million. Those days lah, but no longer, I suppose. Then, okay, like I did the surau, that's a neighbor. Now I'm doing another, the surau was pro bono, but the mosque complex is a paid job, but that again, from another client, a project manager in the developer's office in charge of building the mosque project. So, maybe some of you all know me, I do this, I keep in touch with people. So you keep in touch, you are willing to talk. When you sit down with me, I will ask you question lah. You belajar mana, you kenal ni, then the whole web will build up. And I think there's nothing wrong about it. Of course, I've met people who tanya sekolah mana pun ada lah somewhere. Some people are that secretive. Which is fine. I mean, if you want to be secretive, we respect lah. It means there must be a reason you don't want to share. There must be a reason that you don't want to need. And actually, in my introduction part that Esha didn't read was I say I went to a government boarding school that not located in Kuala Kangsar. So anyway, interesting thing, I actually got to do 3 small budget hotel in Pudu. As you know, Pudu is known for not a Malay market, to be frank. When people ask me, how did you get this Pudu thing? So I think I actually asked my client, then they said, sometimes they just go to see the signboard. If you see your name on the signboard, they have this impression that you can handle the BKL lah. Yeah. So then they start calling. If you can work out, you work out. So it happened that way. And after my close to 20 years of experience, recently one guy actually called me, cold call, said, "Oh, I'm interested to do a bungalow." I said, "How did you get my name?" They just Google architect firm near me. Yeah. So the guy lives in Muluklang. Then our name came up, and we're working on it. Yeah. So nowadays with social media, obviously my age group, we are not that active, but we can see in the social media the younger practitioners are going all out. Yeah. Trace drawing pun Instagram, 3D SketchUp pun Instagram, kan? Yeah. Buat pile cap pun Instagram, yeah. So okay, I suppose whatever works, kan? Whatever works. Yeah? So this is my roadmap. I know that to me architecture journey is a story. Whenever I meet people, they ask me, "Hey, how you get client lah, blah blah blah." I said, I don't mind sharing, like I am sharing now with hundreds of you. But if you follow step by step, also no guarantee you get the same end. Eh? So it's like that. So I'm just going to tell you stories today that hopefully you pick up some values, some good stuff that you can emulate or you can learn from, and hopefully it helps on your journey and you can go further. Eh? So that is the roadmap. Okay, this is the what I call the relevant question on resilience. Sorry, not enough time for a fancy slide. Ibu class. Okay, I think resiliency, like I said, there are two levels, individual and organization. I think Azim, Dr. Tan, all we talk about organization level lah. Yeah? So on individual level, where did you start and where you are now lah? Yeah? Because we have to be realistic also. Eh? Along the way, I've met some graduates from really rich family and all that, privileged background and all that. What I always tell them that, who doesn't want to be born to a wealthy family lah? And there's nothing wrong about it. There's nothing to be ashamed about it or whatever. But you have to recognize when people start here, when people have to save 5 years to save 10,000 and you have 20,000 cash in your savings account, you have to expect a bit more yourself. That's why I'm saying, where did you start and where are you now lah? Like we among the Malays always joke, kalau you menghabiskan boreh je, duduk rumah joli-joli habiskan duit mak bapak je, then you should start asking more question lah. So over the years, let's say we take the average lah, because me, my partner, we are just born into a normal. I don't claim to be poor, but my partner, both parents are civil servant, guru besar, nurse kind of thing. My late father was land surveyor. The days where land surveyor go to work in shorts and long socks, right? My mom was just a typist and things like that lah. So like I say, we are not poor, but we are just there. So the first time I took a flight was when I went to US lah, at the age of 21 or whatever. So as we grow, you are exposed to things, you grow, you mature, you improve to a level that we aspire. But then, as you go along, then the values and goals will change also, right? when you were growing up, simple example lah, when you were growing up, the Parker pen, the Schaefer pen was the thing lah. Then bila you kerja, kata-kata orang introduce Mont Blanc pula. Kan? Then the standard keep on moving. But of course lah, ideally this material thing shouldn't be the end goal lah kan. But we are just human lah kan. You were growing up, beli baju dekat Globe 6 store. So some of you all don't even know what the hell is this Globe 6 store. Syafiq and Jeffrey je gelak-gelak kan. Then you graduate to Jayajasko kan. Then you see I don't know lah, Massimo, then you start kata-kata masuk Gucci ke apa benda. So that's how things works lah. And don't be don't feel bad about it, because that's how it is. But on a bigger scale, even as individual, your career, let's say your career. So you went to pre-U, you went to U, then you start considering what you want to do and all that. So those things change. What I'm trying to say, resiliency, we say, is about surviving the tough times. But first you have to set the benchmark, right? What is surviving? Okay. So even we as organization, in 2018, if I have 30 people, am I a failure now that I have 15? I don't think so. Because things have changed. In 2014, I'm supposed to have maybe 2 billion worth of project. Things changed. Things didn't happen. But luckily, over the years, the ZSI have not reached a point that we have to ask people to leave. But people leave, there are times we don't replace. We take time to restructure, to look again, how to move forward and all that. So it's important. I don't know lah. Maybe others can share with me later. After a period of what time that people should relook into your goals as individual and as a firm? Because this goal cannot change every week also lah. Then it doesn't make sense. You have to have the discipline, the maturity, and the belief that, okay, if you are 28 now, at 35, what is your target? And then, of course, there is that generational thing also. When you are 35, your goal obviously different from us. Azim talking about retirement and all this kind. Of course, most of us are thinking about not total retirement, but at least to do what you want to do lah. Bini baru, like Asali said, so he said it. So these are all very fluid and dynamic. Fluid and dynamic, that the resiliency is directly correlated to that. Kan? So tapi tak boleh lah you keep on downgrading your goal just because you want to claim you are resilient. You can do that. Kan? Katalah at 28 you say at 40 I want to provide this for my family, a slightly bigger house or whatever. Then rasa macam tak boleh capai 5 years tukar lah. Kecil kan lah. Lower expectation. Then tak ci lah kata orang kan. It's just a mental thing with yourself. But, you know, we should strive to be the best we can, right? And again, even if you have said that, you have worked for it, you have achieved it, so how long you want to be like that? Kan? I keep on giving example of material things because they are the easiest example, the easiest analogy. So at 26, you kata at 30 years old, I want to drive BMW. Okay lah. Bonus simpan, invest, buat, jual kowi semua kan. You get your BMW at 30. So how? What's next? Kan? Nak pakai BMW tu sampai pension? Or I'm sure lah, that, like I say, that is the most tangible thing we can talk about. But I'm sure people have goals like, oh, after part 2, I want to do MBA at this age. Kan? At this age, my target is to have 150,000 savings so that the interest too will help my cash flow, buy a house, get married, 2 kids before 33, whatever lah. But the thing I want to highlight is once you achieved it, what is next? Yeah? If you say, okay lah, at certain age your graph should be more drastic. Like all graphs, it will plateau out, right? But at what age plateau out to, at what level plateau out, your decision. This is talking about process again lah. Yeah? So once you agreed what you want to do, you at 35 maybe you are still very energetic and all that. You want to push some more? Okay, set another high target. It's okay. Huh? Everybody will be very ambitious, kan? But there must be a time that your priorities will change. Yeah. There are a few things in our life lah that we all agree lah. I think there's family, there's career, there's spiritual, there's financial. I think over the years, this quadrant or whatever lah, you have 6 items ke apa, the priorities will keep on changing. Yeah? It's very cliche, but we all have read it. Oh, suddenly at 45, you realize your children have grown up, didn't spend enough time with them, blah, blah, blah. It's cliche, but it's real. Yeah? And it's real also that I've met people along the way who studied architecture. They are this group that we say try things out. Let's say this example, this is real person, but of course I won't name it. Maybe at 28, 30, say, okay lah, architecture, like Azim said, oh, very difficult, very hard, long hours, blah, blah, not enough money. Let's try to do something else. Try something else for 10 years, suddenly you are 40 years old. That other something else is not working out. You want to go back to architecture, you don't have the 10 years experience. You are in deeper shit lah, in that, to simply put. Yeah. Okay. So that's why when you plan your career, your life, be careful. Don't be over gung ho about things. Eh? I mean, people talk lah, people know lah that I drive fancy cars lah, apa benda semua. But to me, the problem is, my hobby people can see. People cannot see those who buy $300,000 watches, travel to Europe every 3 months. So there are people like that. But I've come to, I'm peace with myself lah, it doesn't matter. People invest opening a cafe, 250,000. 1 year kaput. Is that a smarter decision compared to me? Maybe. But to me, I enjoy my car. Kan? So that's another story lah. What I'm trying to say that you have to make that choice. Yeah? And I think okay lah, that company I spoke about, I mentioned, I work with my brother. In the 90s, any starting up businessman worth their 2 cents is about expansion, diversification. You ada duit sikit, buka resort, beli tanah, kan? Tanam pokok. Oh sorry, Tan, you have a plantation, but you are successful planter. Yeah? Because all these ventures, if you don't have a trusted people to run it for you, it's just pouring good money over bad. Yeah? Because true, what Azim said, oh, business kita susah, kita tak collect duit upfront, blah, 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 blah. Tapi we are the business or service still not so bad of you open a cafe, you spend renovation, you sign a 1-year lease on the ground floor, paying $8,000 a month, you need a crew of 8 to run the cafe, blah, blah, blah. To us, not good lah. This is like a rock and hard place, but we don't, our capital expenditure in that sense, not as bad. Eh? So that's where I'm going. Okay. Once you have decided, and if you have reached your target, and this is again being resilient through tough time. The graph doesn't lie. Every 10 years there's tough time. So looking at the crowd here, we all have gone through tough time. Some other once, twice, or 3 times lah. Yeah. And of course, when during tough times, then we all ask question lah. Is it time to get out? Yeah. It's a real valid question when you reach certain age lah. That age might be different from one person to another. Yeah. The example I've came up with, if you all aware about, I play a little tennis lah nowadays. About 1-2 years ago, the Australian lady player by the name of Ashley Barty, she just won a Grand Slam. Actually, earlier, few years earlier, she won a Grand Slam. Then she said, okay, I'm retiring. She went to play professional cricket. Yeah? Then after a few years, she came back. Still as good. Won another Grand Slam. Then she said, retire again. At 28. We are talking about professional tennis Grand Slam, which the champion win about $3 million. So she's that good. But what I'm saying is that there is that option of quitting at the top. It might not sound rational, but I don't think I can do it also. But if you are that disciplined, you really, some people can evaluate their life through an Excel file. If you can do that, I think it will be excellent. You just do a matrix. I'm involved in accreditation, so this matrix thing sometimes. You do a matrix, this age, these are the variables, wealth, family, spiritual, dah pergi haji belum, blah, 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 blah. You fill it up, there might be a conclusion there. You have enough money for next 15 years, you don't see your quality of life will go on beyond that ke, apa benda ke. Okay, quit, sell the house ke, apa ke, go travel. Yeah? So, that's why I'm saying if we can take that tough decision, then who's to say you are wrong? You tak menyusahkan orang, kan? But sometimes our decision for our life is very much affected by our surroundings lah. Okay, that is number 3. Once there, how long you want to be there? To ensure your existence the way you want to exist until the day you decide not to exist. This is not about dying lah. This is like organization lah. Yeah. Okay, then this honest evaluation, like I say, I think I've touched it a bit. Does it end there? Is there still any upside? Yeah? People consciously downscale, conscious decision to stop, detour, maintain, or replan. Yeah? Because I think something related to us on real estate, let's say. As we know, the Mansara Heights is a very prestigious area. I know for a fact there's some relative who bought, of course, government servant lah. They had the chance to buy a bungalow there for 450,000 20 years ago. So now the property have tenfold at least, or 5 million, right? So we know some families at that age cash out, buy another bungalow, outskirt a bit for $1 million, sit on 3 million cash. Not a bad idea, right? So that is honest evaluation to me lah, a cautious decision. Actually, if like I say, if you are the kind of person who can evaluate your life in an Excel file, it's a no-brainer. But of course, you have to live with that conscience, your address from Damansara Heights to Kota Damansara lah. But nowadays ada Damansara juga lah kan. From Heights pergi Kota je lah. Kan? Don't go Damansara Perdana or something, then you can buy half a block lah. So that is that. Okay, I'm not agent for Mark Manson or something, but I put a note here that I suggest that you all look up and read this Mark Manson disease of more. There is this article about him meeting a very successful guy lah, one guy who's very successful that he meets. Then the guy was just small talking. He said that, I need to find a coach lah. Then Mark was asking him, why you need a coach? You're successful, you have everything. Then the guy said, I need a coach to tell me what's next. Where do I go from here? And the gist of the whole article is Mark was saying that there might not be a next. Maybe you are there. Maybe if you have reached certain success, maybe our human nature, our ego with ourselves, telling ourselves that this couldn't be it. I'm capable for more. Maybe that's where a lot of people get into trouble. Kan? Ini macam you push yourself until you fall lah. Yeah? So there is that fine line to be realistic, honest to yourself. I think for my mental health, physical health, this is it lah. Kan? Maybe. Yeah? Okay, please read that. And this is direct quote from him lah. Success is often the first step towards disaster. The idea of progress is often the enemy of actual progress. Like I briefly explained, when you have tasted some progress, you think, I can do more, Yeah? Okay, this is just I'm throwing some ideas. To me, these are the things that make you a resilient individual. Might not be all effective to all of you, but I'm sure you all can relate to some of this. Networking, I've explained. Keeping in touch. Nowadays, it's much easier for you all. There's Facebook, WhatsApp group lah, blah, blah, blah. I still have my close friend from high school. It means we are friends for over 40 years now. And they still tease me about when we were studying. They were in UK, I was in US. I write to them. I write to my high school friends. And when they don't reply, I give them real shit lah. I write some more. What the hell is happening to you? You don't reply my letters. So I do that for 2 or 3 of them lah, my closer friends. This is the kid public service announcement for Clough and Pam. Serve and volunteer. Yeah. Of course lah, you cannot expect anything in return immediately lah. This is not beli buah lah. You give $5, you get 3 apples. But I don't claim to be a person of service to Pam as much as Ali, Dr. Tan, and our friends here. But I've done some. I've done some in other organizations also. And I think through the years, it will come back lah. It will come back if your intention is clear. Somehow it will show. If your intention to have something in return financially or in whatever way, it will show also. So that wouldn't be so nice. But that's why I say karma works in ways unknown to us lah. Yeah. People always say, just now also we were talking about how this volunteerism is tough, especially PAM. The figures show what? 80% are sole proprietor. By definition, sole proprietor is you are one person doing everything. Or at least the buck stops at you for everything. Okay? So the amount of time you can put aside to, that you really have to reach certain level that you have the luxury of time to do this. Okay? So it's difficult, but if you have the interest, inshallah, you can do it. And please do as little as, please do something to your capability lah. If you can spend to be in one small subcommittee, please do that. Yeah? Do you all know that PAM has like what? Berapa committee tadi? 15. PAM has 15 committees. I don't think you don't have any interest in one lah. Kan? Yeah? So please help. I know parking is difficult here. Yeah? There's one parking up there, $8 an hour. Council member also complain, have to pay $8. Huh? Zoom meeting. Nowadays, I think the council, the committee also recognize the issue. They do Zoom meeting. Yeah. Make time. Make time is, it sounds very simple, but you evaluate lah yourself. Do you make time for people, for friends, families? Yeah. I know it's not as simple as the two words. Eh? Sometimes you go back tired, pressure from office, pressure from work, pressure from spouses, kids, blah, blah, blah. But that's life, I suppose. Yeah? Make time for siblings, whoever still have parents, yeah, and all that. Yeah. Put effort, accept invites. Some of us were at Dr. Tan's Christmas party last night. Dr. Tan himself described it as, you are invited to our legendary Christmas party. So he has reached that level. Eh? So thank you, Dr. Tan, for keep on inviting me. Yeah. When I say accept invites, again, these are simple words, but you know lah yourself. Sometimes kawan ajak minum pun ada je. There's always reason to say no lah. Seriously. If you want to say no, there's always reason to say no. But find that one reason to say yes lah. Yeah? Alamak. Have to speak longer than Azim lah. Okay, under persevere. Persevere is very important. Focus on your goal. Be single-minded. Many ways to skin the cat. Sorry, pet lovers, not literally. Many ways to get to your destination. You can't really waste yourself to success lah kan. You hit a door, find another door. Hit a wall, if you couldn't break it, find a hole somewhere. And sometimes it's like this lah. Sometimes when people ask you to do something also, I don't want to say spouse lah, nanti orang ingat I ni jahat sangat kan. Sometimes they say, hey, you tolong do ni boleh tak? Okay. But then they ask, how are you going to do it? Don't ask how am I going to do it. I get it done. Right? So that's how we should approach with things we want to do. Don't get upset about the process that is not the way you envision it. As long as you get there, you get there. So that's it. Be patient. If it didn't happen for you, it's not your time yet. There's some spiritual undertone to that, but I think we all agree. There is this movie lah. Can't remember, it was Julia Roberts or something. Smoking on the hallway of a hotel room, something happened. Looks worried, looks troubled. And then the janitor just went and sat down with her and smoked a cigarette also, asking her what's wrong. Then she was saying blah, 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 something. Then the guy said, even this will pass. Which is true, right? whatever you are facing, even this will pass. Yeah. Today is just tomorrow's yesterday. So that sounds very Hallmark card thing, but it's true. Eh? Optimism also very critical, yeah, because how you see yourself. Of all the statistics that Azim show, yeah, there's always when you show success rate 80% against 20%, failure rate 80%, where do you see yourself? Are you automatically see yourself in the 80% failure? There is still that 20%, right? So first, you must see yourself in that 20% first. Eh? Because statistic is never kalah mati World Cup kind of thing, kan? Menang kalah, kan? Statistic is statistic. You have to see yourself as the positive one. Eh? And self-fulfilling prophecy is real. You keep on telling yourself it's hard, it's difficult, blah, 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 blah. It's that vicious cycle of self-pity lah. Eh? And then this one I really, something just came up to my mind. When I think about it, pessimism and human natural instinct wanting to be right, a bad combination, right? Okay? Because pessimism is always like, hey, I cannot do this, lah. Blah, blah. Then on the other hand, you always feel like, as a human, you want to be right tau, about your opinion. So kalau you rasa benda tak elok nak jadi kat you, then benda elok jadi kat you, it means you are wrong, right? So there is a tug of war there. So as much as possible, you have to be optimist. That's the first step. Then your human instinct come that you want to be correct. Most likely all your action will move towards there. Yeah? Keep believing, yeah? That related to, if it's not yours this time, it's coming lah. And then ethics quickly lah. Keep to your word, be punctual. These are small things, but it makes a difference. Yeah? So right now I'm doing this class, I deal with so many people. And some really like, in other times you would call quite anal lah. Like appointment pukul 3:02, we ask me lah, where are you? We are here. But since I'm quite anal in that sense also, which is fine. I respect them. Yeah? And I think they have the right to ask. We have the obligation to answer. Because it's a meeting set by two parties, right? Yeah? Okay. Own up to mistake. Say your things happen, shit happens. Yeah? Take time to explain. Common sense are not so common in many sense. Yeah? I think some of us are senior owner of companies, you know. Cakap dengan millennial lah, whatever you call them lah, Gen Z lah, apa. We feel it's common sense, but it's different. We are all wired differently already. Yeah? Live fair. Let others win sometimes. This is serious. Yeah? I truly believe it. So if others, there's enough good things in the world to be shared lah, kan? You cannot win all the time. Yeah? Wish people well, sincerely. Yeah? So I sometimes the things people say I couldn't comprehend lah. Yeah? Sometimes you meet old friends, the first thing they say, hey, you're so fat now. I mean, like, what do they get? I mean, is it so wrong when you see somebody and say, hey, your shirt looks good today? Hey, what do? You lose weight lah. Tipu pun tak apa lah. Just make people be happy lah. Kan? And celebrate other successes. Seriously, we also sometimes, I know it's hard. You hear your friend get a huge project or something. But just, hey, happy for you, man. You get that big one. Must be good. Kan? And pick your battle. Pick your battle. So, like I say, we don't have time. Energy level, as you age, obviously, go down also. So, don't fight every single fight you can lah. So, it relates to the other thing. When you pick your battle, it means some you just let people win lah. Sometimes simple discussion now. You meet a friend, it's very factual, but people sometimes insist. They say, oh, hey, that car, the tire is 20-inch. I know for a fact it's 21-inch, but why I need to fight? It doesn't make any difference, right? The tire is 20-inch or 21-inch, let it go lah. So that's just for example lah. Things that really no effect at all, just let it go. Okay, these just last thoughts. Do not be embarrassed about success. I think I don't know lah, Asian culture ke apa ke, bila tanya how you doing, boleh lah, tapi bawa balik World Cup, right? To be frank, you need some friends that you feel okay to talk about that Rolex you want to buy. I know lah, some people say, oh, cakap Rolex, blah, blah. But everybody has your group of people. Kan? You do it, huh? Really chasing me out lah. Come on lah. It's not there. Kasihlah 3 minit, cloud director. Seriously. Apa ni Syafiq? Ya, ada 2 sentence je lagi. Semua tak terlibat sekarang. Ni lah. Last page. Okay, the second sentence direct from the book, from the article. We need to be motivated in life by something more than our own happiness. It means that we have to be driven by something greater than ourselves. And the last sentence, this is my favorite. I have it in poster lah. You have not lived today until you have done something for someone who can never repay you lah. Tak faham ke? Ada yang tak faham? That will take another 4 minutes. Then they will really run me off the stage. Anyway, thank you very much for your attention. See you around. Say hi.
Thank you so much, Architect Zaini. And I'd like to clarify, I had nothing to do with the slide turning off. It wasn't me. It was probably a technical error. But thank you once again. Let's give him a round of applause. Okay, so now I'd like to welcome one of our sponsors, Pen 10 from Dongji, Malaysia Sdn Berhad, to the front of the hall and up on the stage for a presentation. Now please welcome their representative, Mr. Frederick Yap, Assistant Specification Development Manager. Yeah? All right, never mind. Okay. All right. Let's move that to after the coffee break, which is right now. I'm sure you guys are hungry or sleepy or feeling like you need to go toilet. So don't worry. Now is the time for that break. You can get coffee and some light refreshments outside at level 1. And we'll see you all back here in half an hour. You guys. All right, now without further ado, let's continue the event. We'll be going to our presentation from one of our sponsors, Pentens, from Dongji, Malaysia Sdn Berhad. Now I'd like to welcome Mr. Frederick Yap, Assistant Specification Development Manager, up on the stage to give his presentation. Please welcome.
A very good afternoon to everyone. So my name is Frederick, a representative from Dongji, also known as Pentens for Brewing. So for today, I'm going to share with you all on the concrete crack injection material from our company. So before I start, I would like to give a thanks to Pam for giving us this opportunity to give a short presentation on our material system. So for today's content, it will be about our material system and the type of the material system, and then the project reference that we did previously. And then after that, it will be the Q&A session. So for Silico is one of the branding from Dongji as well, others than Pantens. So Silico will offer the biomass material, the pouring material, specialty industrial coating, and so on. This is the injection solution. And I believe that most common issue that a lot of people will have facing could be on the leakages issue, which either is a low pour or output or slightly damp. And it will have the other type will be more serious incident, which is the large water output. So we have a different material system to cater on all these situations. I will share with you this is the tools that we will be using for all the injection. We have the single component, the two component, and we have all the drilling tools, and also the packer for single component and two component system. Just a little bit sharing on how this injection waterproofing works. So there's a sequence on how we're going to do all this injection works. Is first we have to do a surface cleaning, of course, and then we need to drill a hole along both sides of the cracks at 45 degree, and then embedded the packer. If let's say you are using for the single component, then we will use the single component packers. And then if let's say for two component system, then we will use the two component packers. And after embedded the packers, right? Then we will inject the material from bottom to top. This is the sequence. The reason why we need to inject from bottom to top is to prevent, if let's say you're going to inject from top to bottom, then you will have a lot of material wastage. So you need to have to inject from bottom to top. And then after continuing in infusion, then whenever the material start to leak out from the packer's point, which means all the material already fill the void area inside the concrete to stop the water already. And then this is one of the our material. We call it the PT110 water repellent foam. It's a single component, and the expansion ratio for this material will be about 8 to 19 times from the original size, which means for every one millimeter, it will expand up to 8 times to 8 millimeter. And the foaming will complete in 10 minutes. And the hardening will be about 2 hours waiting time. This is the image that we previously the project that we previously do the injection. Which the first one is on the CBP wall. The second image on the bottom is on the RC wall. As you can see, for the crack that have a water penetration issue, after we inject already, the water have been stopped. Then we have another type, which is the slightly better, which is the PT114, the excellent absorbent water stopper. So this one is also the single component, but the expansion ratio for this material will be slightly lower, 3 times. But the foaming completion is slightly faster than the previous one that I showed, which is 30 seconds to 120 seconds. This is to cater for those cracks that have a slightly large on water penetration. So it has a very high bonding strength as well. So you can see from this image that we previously inject on the diaphragm wall on basement. On the left-hand side is the dampness that all the water penetrate through all the micro cracks. And after we do this injection, as you can see on the right-hand side, the dampness already stop on the dampness for this diaphragm wall. Another one is this is the one that we did in Thailand for the major leak repair. Probably can you help me click on the video? Yeah, this, as you can see from this video, right, actually this is the major leak from the MRT station for their basement. As you can see, the waters keep coming like a waterfall. So, how we're going to treat on this situation, we place the steel plate to reduce on the water flow before we start to do the injection. So the injection method will be on as a diagram over here. So after we place the steel plate to reduce the pressure of this water. Then after that, we will do the drilling the top of the steel plate and start to do the injection of the material. So you can see the water pressure start to reduce. Then after the water pressure already reduced, only we start to do all the injection works on the, as you can see on the right video. So after we did the injection, you can see clearly that the water pressure start to reduce and the water start to flow through all this void area. Then for the next one, we have the high performance structural stabilization, which the reaction will start after 23 seconds after we did all the mixing. It is a two component system, and the reaction will complete in 120 seconds. And it has a very high compressive strength of 85.5 Newton per millimeter square. And it can be used to strengthen and stabilize the soil on the site to prevent the collapse when tunneling works ongoing. And it can use for emergency, like we call it the emergency water stop. Whenever I believe nobody want their site to have all the water leakage issue. But then if let's say it happens and the waters cannot be stopped immediately, so this is one of the solution you can use to stop the water immediately, about within 1 minute. This is the one of the project that we did previously using this material for their ground slab. That's the water keep coming out from the ground. As you can see on the video on the left. As you can see, the water is keep coming up from the ground. So we did the drilling, deep about 1 meter to the ground, and then place a PVC pipe, and then start to inject on the material, as you can see on the right-hand side video. So this is the material we inject into the ground to stop the water from flowing up again. And another one, this is the tunnel strengthening we did in Taiwan. We use the material itself, the PT103, to strengthen on the tunnel itself whenever they drill or do the drilling. And then we have another type of two-component rigid injection system. It can react with or without moisture, which means even without the moisture itself, you can start to react after 3 seconds. And the completion will be about 49 seconds. But the expansion ratio is only 3.3 to 4.6 times only. Because this, we call it the rigid type. It's not on the soft PU material, which can expand more or compared to this rigid type. This is used for the, if let's say for those landed residential, some residential for landed, they have a settlement of soil, which the slab start to sink down. So this is one of the previous projects where we did that their residential house, their slab, they have the soil settlement issue, so the slab already sank down. So they want to build up the strength, the slab again So we pump in this PU105 to make the slab to increase it back to the original size. So after injection is complete, the excess will be removed, as you can see from here. On the right hand side, we'll do all the cleaning, then it will be like the original level already. So this is some one few of the injection material that I would like to share with you all today. And thank you for your attention. That if let's say you have any queries and you have anything that you want to ask regarding this system, we will be stationed on the right hand side on this exit. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Mr. Frederick, for that presentation. As he said just now, if you have any questions for him, they have a booth outside on the right-hand side. So moving on to our next speaker, who will be giving a talk on evolution and renewal. Architect David Teoh is a director at Perunding Alam Bina Sendirian Berhad, PAB, a multidisciplinary architecture consulting practice based in Kuala Lumpur. He currently serves as a council member at PAM and is a co-chair of the Promotion of the Profession POP Committee. Without further ado, please welcome Architect David Teoh.
Thanks, Aisha. Good afternoon, everyone. Promise to be as succinct as possible. Oops, okay. All right, good afternoon, everyone. So my name is David Teoh. I'm from PAB. So PAB is a firm that was established in 1974. And as you can see from this picture, this was one of the first jobs we did. It's a veterinary faculty at UPM. This was in 1975, and the project cost was 2 million ringgit. And this was what you get for 2 million ringgit, okay? So that was 1975. So this is sort of like the length of the practice leadership, right? So there were 3 founders, Dennis Teoh, who's my uncle, and then Shamsul Barin and Professor Parit Wadi. And Prof. Parit left in 1977, but the other 2 partners continued on for quite a while. Shamsul retired just before 2010, and Dennis just retired this year, actually. So as you can see, there's been generations of... Can I do this? Is there a pointer? There's no golf ball for me. Oh, don't have a pointer. Okay, never mind. Let's go through this. Yeah, so there's been generations of different directors. So when you are a firm like ours, you have to create like succession plans, and the firm does not necessarily have to be about the personality. It has to be about what we're about, what we stand for, and the kind of work we do. So it has to be sort of like vision or mission focused rather than a personality focused sort of firm. So you can see from the different lines, the last yellow line is me, D13. So we need to train up the next generation of leaders coming up. So just idea of the work we do from the time we were established to today. So these are just a snippet of a few of the projects we've been involved in. So the first picture is 1975, this veterinary science faculty. We did the state assembly for Negeri Sembilan. Now 1992 is important because that is the National Heart Institute. And the top photo there, USM Kubang Krian. So USM Kubang Krian is the medical teaching hospital. And at that time in our Malaysian history, prior to this, we always had foreign medical facility planners. And then the Malaysians will have to pick up from there. And from that time onwards, we sent one of our directors on a company scholarship. Back then, companies made enough money to send people to the UK for scholarship. And then we sort of pioneered the field of health facility planning in Malaysia. And 1992 is probably the first major public hospital planned by a Malaysian in Malaysia. So we have that role in the nation's history in pioneering health facility planning. But we also are involved in a variety of other typologies. One of them is transportation. We were involved in, as I recall, the KTM commuter stations. And then we did the Daya Bumi extension for the KTM, for the old KL train station. It's now becoming very derelict. But in 95, completed just before the Commonwealth Games, I think, or right slightly after, the KL Central Station and the area around it master planned by us as well. So moving on, one of the projects here, PJH, we work with Jaffrey and Cox. Platinum Central, we work with Cox and Seni Reka. And we also have done variety. So you can see the sort of like typology of jobs, quite diverse. As I said earlier about this health facilities, so we've done quite a number of health facilities. And the one that I'm excited about to share with you would be Hospital Cyberjaya. Unfortunately, it wasn't open before COVID, because if it was open before COVID, it would have been the best hospital dealing with COVID. It's a GBI Platinum hospital, and the air conditioning system there is meant to deal with airborne diseases. So, okay, so these are the 10 sectors we operate in. We don't really do much residential, so we are not in competition with most of you. We do a lot of other sort of like public buildings. And here's like a snippet of some of the things we've done and some of the achievements of these buildings. So I don't want to dwell too much on our sort of like portfolio. I want to go back into what happened before the pandemic and after the pandemic for our firm. So this is like no figures here, just purely diagrammatic. You can see pre-pandemic, let's say if we take a snapshot in time in 2018. So this is the fee billing for the year, and the blue are income from larger projects. And then you have the green, medium-sized projects, and then the yellow is smaller size projects. But since then, in this particular year, we had to sort of like we take on anything that's of any size. And the reason for that is, as you all know, I'll show the next diagram here. So L1, L2, L3, I'll be frank with you, those are health facility jobs in the turnkey arrangement, and JKR is the project manager. So in these jobs, if it delays for too long, then the turnkey contractor pays a penalty. So in most of these jobs, they are delivered on time, or they get an EOT for valid reasons for the job to run over the period that they're supposed to do it for. But look at L4. L4 is a private condominium. And the reason for that is authority approvals process and the client changing their minds and things like that. So what we first anticipated to be a 5-year job became an 8 or 9-year job. I think a lot of you experience the same. Sometimes this happens. And look at M2. M2 is a close friend of one of the directors. And it's okay because the project starts and stops. But it took an extremely long time because they were trying to make up their minds, and they're trying to raise funds, or they're trying to look at what they can afford to build and things like that. But that job, which would easily have taken 3 years, stretched on for 9 years. So just as a snippet of the jobs that we build for each year, these are the things that affect cash flow, because you have no certainty of payment, and it becomes very difficult to manage your funds. Also, it makes it very difficult to promote people, to remunerate them better. And this is, I think, an industry-wide challenge we are facing. So this is what happened recently. So in the last 2 years or so, we've taken on smaller jobs. And all these smaller jobs, because of the scale, complete on time. And the certainty of payment is there, and our cash flow is assisted by these smaller jobs. So moving on. Okay, back. So I'm the youngest director now, and I have my own team in the office. And so that slice of the pie is my slice of the pie lah, for the last year, sort of diagram form. One of the things we've taken on is to do more interior work. Not that many, as you can see, that you can count how many slices of the pie. Not that many interior jobs, but they finish within 6 months. And because my team is a younger team, we are a closer knit team, and we are experimentative. We are also flexible. We are agile, and we don't mind doing things we've never done before. Just give it a go. And I think a lot of those who are the older principals find it difficult to communicate with the younger staff, fresh graduates, and those in the office. And I try to have a very participatory environment. So I just don't make a decision and, okay, I want it this way and you have to follow it this way. If there's a legislative or technical requirement to comply with, then I explain the whole context of it. But I let them participate and give their ideas or opinions of how they think it should be done, and then sort of like come to a design conclusion as a team. So at the same time, we have lunches once in a while. We have a team lunch together, and then we want to enjoy the work that we're doing. And I call this an incubator. Is because for a firm like ours, we need to sort of test ideas out or test cultural shifts out in a smaller scale, and then try and propagate it to the rest of the office. And I'll have very frank, honest discussions about them, about how fees are being collected, or how we obtain jobs, or share with them things that usually is kept secret, but you just want to share with them things which enable them to think from the decision maker's point of view, so that they understand that, oh, okay, this is how things work. This is why we're doing this. Because I think one of the frustrations with younger architects is that they're being asked to do a lot of abortive work, and it's very soul-crushing for them. So you do a proposal, then it doesn't get built, or you don't get the job. It's very soul-crushing for them. You need to explain, okay, we're going to do this for this particular reason, right? So some of these things, they need to be coached into it to understand the larger context of things. Okay, so I'm going to talk about how I feel that we're going to, as a team, the kind of things which I'm trying to inculcate, and hopefully this culture propagates with the rest of the office in the next few years. So I want to take lessons from banknotes. So if you look at your banknotes, when you travel especially, look at the banknote. Don't just spend the money. Just look at the money first. Because the money tells you a story. So for a country to decide what to put on the banknote, it's a very high-level decision, because it's going to be used by everyone. So here's an example. I studied in Australia and I worked there. I was there for about 9 years. Their lowest denomination note is what you want to look for. So on the lowest denomination note of every country, it tells you what the society supposedly values the most. So in the Australian note, the lowest denomination is the $5 bill. There you have a building there. There's Parliament House. And then there's the Queen. So they sort of like want to communicate that they value these institutions. Maybe not the monarchy now, maybe they're going to be a republic in the next decade, but they value the parliamentary democracy, the freedom of their democracy. In the UK, and with most advanced countries, you will find that they will put their national heroes on the banknotes. And in the UK, the $5 bill, £5 note is the British Bulldog, Winston Churchill, because he was the Briton of the century, right? So here, the 3 peso note in Cuba is their Minister of Education after the revolution, Che Guevara. Then he's doing some agricultural work there, you can see. So for them, this was important to communicate to the public. The United States of America, George Washington is on the lowest denomination bill. After him is Lincoln, $5 bill. And the tenets of the country is in the $1 bill. So it tells you everything you need to know about the country in that $1. So the thing about architecture is the lowest denomination bill in Switzerland until recently was Le Corbusier. And his theories of architecture, it's on the reverse side of the note. So what's been lost, I think the discussion we've had earlier with Azim and with Zaini as well as the president, I think as architects, we have to reassert or re-establish value in society. And the ideas of Le Corbusier, of course, this is Switzerland's greatest cultural export because everywhere in the world, that's the legacy of Le Corbusier. Everywhere in the world, you can see buildings that were built from his example. Now, next one is Singapore. I think as a company, our company, I think this is very important to establish this cultural sort of idea that will outlast me actually. After I retire, I want this company to be like an institution that continues on. We are half the age of BEP, right? So we are 48 now. So it's about, BEP is more than 100. So we want to have this legacy going on forever about what we stand for the built environment, for the country, for the work we do. And look at Singapore as an example. When they plan their currency notes, they start with education. Because this is an island with nothing, no resources. So education is important, then garden city, then sports, then arts, youth, government. And the $10,000 bill is for money laundering, I guess. It's, the end result is their wealthy country, right? Economics. So this is the order of things. And then, you know, from the backwater, they become the highest per capita sort of income country in the world, right? So if I were to use that as a model for the office, I think we have to start with education, having the right values. So start education and mentorship within the team, then building the right environment, building a great working environment, prioritizing the health and well-being of your team, and prioritizing design-driven, all right? Prioritize design as a force for good in society. I think that's the conversation which is lacking now. Everything's built, lowest cost is best value. And then youth, creating leaders. You have to always plan for the leadership succession, provide avenues for growth and advancement, good governance, continuous improvement over time. There's a Japanese term for this, kaizen, continuing to improve, looking at things which work now. For example, if you were doing drafting, then you're doing CADing. So you have to make that shift in your organization. And from CADing, you're doing BIM. You need to make that shift in the organization. So it's continuous improvement, how to digitize things, make them streamlined. And then I hope through this sort of route, you get some financial success. Okay, so that's the first part of my talk. That's the practice talk. I mean, I'm wearing the practice hat. Now I want to wear the PAM hat as a PAM council member and co-chair of this committee. I was, 2 years ago, I went to Milan, and next to the Duomo, there's this Novecento museum. And this is something which stood out for me. I wanted to know more about this painting, this artwork. It was this, it's actually a workers' strike. So, but it's just so emotive for me, this call to action. Azim shared earlier about the survey he did for our Malaysian architects. I think he said earlier that he was inspired by the Australian survey done recently. But the Australian survey is not a simple survey. It was a study over 2 years on the state of the profession of architecture in Australia. And I think what is lacking in our profession is we have to, this is my favorite book, by the way. It's a funny story is when I was at uni, I gave this to this girl and she became my first girlfriend. Architecture student. It's not how good you are, it's how good you want to be. So do not covet your ideas. Give away everything you know and more will come back to you. So I also believe in this. I think this kind of forum is important for us because all the other activities that PAM does talks about various other things. But very rarely do we have an opportunity to talk about the commercial side of practice itself and what we need to do to get better as a profession. It's different from having bomba talks or technical talks. This is about the bread and butter issues, the dollar and cent issues. And we should be sharing more about what we're doing as firms. How are we surviving? What are the things that we need to implement? So I picked this up in, this is the September-October issue of Architecture Australia. I'm a member of the institute there. And they did this dossier called The Well-Being of Architects based on a study. And you can go Google this now, Well-Being of Architects Australia. And you'll find that if you look at the list of people who were involved in the study, they're all, it's a university sort of level study. There are many professionals who are also academics being part of the study and members of the institute who are practicing, contributing to this dossier, commenting on the results of the study. These are some quotes. I think if you, I told you this was from our Malaysian architects, I think you'll believe me as well. I think the issues are the same. Let's look at the first one, valuing architectural work, the human effects. Read the first one. It says, this profession is being undermined by its own political hierarchy and an uninformed public sector. It's true, right? The inability for architects to be recognized for the value they bring to a build, a project, a community, a place is such a devastating waste. Female self-employed, 56 to 65 years old. With the design being simultaneously celebrated and grossly undervalued by society at large, and the vast majority of architects' clients, the architects are kept in a limbo of emotional dissonance between being indispensable and being completely worthless. You all feel that way sometimes? You're in this, they need us so desperately, but then you're also quite worthless. That's the kind of feeling. Basically, there's very little value in our industry. This leads to students who are treated terribly in offices and staff who are overworked and underpaid. How did we get here? How did project managers push their way into our industry and crumble the architecture profession from the foundation? This is all this angst you can feel. This is part of the survey. But just to digress from this, I was critiquing some university students, I think a few months ago. And they did a fantastic medical center proposal as their final thesis project. And I offered this person a job straight away. Oh, would you like to work for us? And then this person said, oh, no, sir, I'm planning to go to Singapore to work. Say, oh, okay, why? We're willing to pay you more, the market's paying 3,500, we don't mind paying you 4,000. This, oh no, sir. If I go to Singapore, I get 3,500 Singapore dollars. I can send my parents 1,200 Singapore dollars, and it's about 4,000 ringgit what you're offering me. So I'm like, okay, fine. So that's what's happening now, lah. Huh? Time management. I think some people are telling me that, oh, architects need to put in the hard work. Important. And this is how it's always been. But times have changed. I think we need to look into this as well. This is an interesting quote. As an entire profession, we need to stop the race to the bottom with fee cutting. Instead, as an entire profession, we need to demand appropriate fees for the work that we do, so that we can properly pay staff to do good work in reasonable time frames without undue stress, pressure, and cutting of corners. In other words, the profession as a whole needs to get its self-esteem sorted stat. And this one, this is a quote from the survey. They in the survey, like Azim did, you have other comments, then you type in whatever you're angry about. Then there was a commentary by this guy who wrote the article summarizing the survey. He says, as consultants, our time is our commodity of exchange, yet we don't acknowledge or respect its value enough, either individually or collectively. Avoid open value assumptions by clients. Improve industry standards in detailing scope in fee proposals, quantifying deliverables, controlling the number of meetings, and setting maximum times for specific tasks. I think as Malaysian architects, we're not doing this enough or not doing this at all. So we keep doing a lot of work for very little money. On a recent project, this is elaborating on BIM and how their office is implementing BIM. I think if you are familiar with Australian practice, you've heard of Design Inc., their Melbourne-based practice. So on a recent project, our client was happy for the design development review to be conducted as a virtual walk around the model in lieu of huge reports and masses of drawings. So we have to describe the deliverables we're going to give them at each stage and have that very clear. I think we have to really look into this as a profession. Fees and remuneration. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I love the Australians, is the juice worth the squeeze? Okay, so Australian society places a low value on good design, so the fees we can command are never enough to cover the work needed to produce excellent design. As a result, design excellence only happens off the back of architects unpaid overtime. Yeah, so it's all, these are the same issues we have here, right? Fee cutting is the cause of a lot of issues. Not only does society value architecture less, but workers are expected to produce the same amount of work, the same standard at a lower price. The profession should consider standardizing fees. This is in Australia. They're trying to get their scale of fees back. The profession should consider standardizing fees to the extent that there is room for competition, but remuneration is reasonable. Then this is a graduate saying, I'm paid 40 hours for 40 hours. Why is it in my contract that I should expect to work 47.5 hours? Okay, so now this is an issue of leadership. We need people who are advocates of good, sustainable, resilient design and who understand that they need to support others within their teams to be their best selves. Next one, the challenges that the profession faces are of its own making and continue to happen. Architects have no solidarity as a profession. The stress of navigating a very litigious environment, this is becoming the case in Malaysia too, with extremely high levels of expectation and the constant undercutting of fees and competition for projects creates a permanent state of fear and anxiety that becomes chronic and normalized. I love what I do, but if I knew what the environment was really like, I don't think I would have taken this path. And this is from their institute president, RAIA. Oh, well, they're trying to be Republic, so I guess it's just the Australian Institute of Architects now. The president is saying the institute offers many opportunities for learning, support, and mentorship, but knowing how to do better is only half the solution. I think this is the same here. PAM offers so many CBD talks a year. It's ridiculous. There's such a big calendar of events for PAM. So we are doing a lot of this learning and support sort of thing, but it's only half the thing, half the solution, right? So what is this president trying to say? She says here, we all need to work together to fight for our place within the wider construction industry and to put the human face back to the work we do. The next one says, only when we learn how to work together and to have open, brave, and vulnerable conversations. Open, brave, and vulnerable conversations. So we find our way forward to a stronger profession. Okay, then this one is more, it resonates more with me. There's just 5 more minutes. Expedient choices okay, this is the issue with our, same thing that's happening in Australia, happening here. The expedient choices in seeking the lowest price as opposed to the best value in procurement has diminished Australia's capacity to deliver fit-for-purpose infrastructure and a sustainable industry. So right now, the government has just come to power. I think it's time that we have to be advocates for the profession. So what do we do next? Okay, I'm going to let you in a little secret. I have a secret life before I became an architect. 11 years ago, there was this thing called Bersih. So I was in Melbourne. I think, Suffian, were you there? Or you came back? Oh, okay. So I actually organized what became Global Bersih. And even today is a bit bizarre for me because when I look through Twitter and I look at this Global Bersih Twitter account, like, this was the account I started 11 years ago. And in the recent election, it's that same organization that's become a registered society in Switzerland that is helping Malaysians return their ballots. And 11 years ago, I was the one that was lobbying for the overseas vote. I prepared memoranda. Okay, so back to this. So there's a lot, not just the organizing of different rallies, it was more the lobbying, the art of lobbying government to get the things that you want is something which Malaysians are very poor at doing, and we need to get better at that. The ones that are very good at doing this are the ones that are getting projects, but we don't want projects, we just want a good sort of like fair go for jobs, a better environment for architects. So a game of snakes and ladders. So these are the lessons I learned from that time in my life. It's a game of snakes and ladders because you'll be disappointed with a lot of setbacks. And you can't do it alone. You need a dedicated team speaking the same message. So in this committee, we began with maybe 7 members at the beginning of the term. Then as the term continues on, the number of people participating in the meetings dwindles to 3. So that's the reality in PAM, because we think that this organization is doing well. You know, you come as a participant for events, but really we need more volunteers to be involved in advocacy work. And the nuts and bolts of policy action is quite simple. Number one, you have to have a shiny pamphlet or a letter or memorandum or whatever. And then you meet the VIP you need to target, and then you say, here. And then you have to ask for something specific, and you have to be a broken record. So you have to keep doing this, and you'll be whacked down, and you'll be derided and things like that. But you have to be persistent about it, and you have to have a clear problem statement and an implementable solution. The reason why there's overseas ballot today was because we had a team of people who actually drafted the changes that was required for the overseas ballot. So they say, here it is, you don't have to do any work. This is the draft. Just implement it, just table it, and get it done. So next, you have to have real stories, testimony, right? And then it doesn't work if it's self-serving. Everything you propose must be for the greater good of society. So the compelling case for us now is, hang on, let me go back a few slides to this one. The systemic and structural factors affecting the well-being of people working in architecture are the result of the profession's unique creative foundations and its position at the intersection of design, construction, and the built environment cycle. And the next one, now after decades of inaction by government, the construction sector leaders' recognition and reform is occurring. Health and well-being of workers is finally being addressed through a variety of forums. What this is saying is they are not talking about architects per se. They're talking about, as a design industry, they are languishing because the workers are not getting remunerated enough. And that's the kind of message. Remember during the election campaign, the engineers, someone was saying that the engineers are not paid enough, right? But I wanted to hear, hey, the architects are not paid enough too. The government needs to address this, but no one was doing that. So we have to have a compelling case now. What are the pain points for the profession? How does it impact the rest of society? Why do we need reforms in procurement of public works? And then we also have a ready-to-implement solution. And it needs to be thoroughly thought through. And needs a team of champions, not just one person. Needs many people to volunteer. So I hope that more of us will be involved. And I'm quite positive about the future. So I'll end now. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Architect David. Let's give him another round of applause. All right, now on to our next speaker of the day. We have T.S. Suffian Shahabuddin from 6th Design Office and Archicraft Sendirian Berhad. So Suffian draws from international experience as a design architect and technologist, having worked on projects in Australia, Ireland, China, Vietnam, and the Philippines. Suffian is also active locally in promoting the profession and was the head of the Graduates Committee and a non-corporate member of the 2019/2020 PAM Council. Recently, he has been looking at pushing the boundaries beyond architecture, and it is through the overlaying of knowledge between the digital and the physical that we may change millennia of archaic customs and old habits. In return, rethink how we are able to live for a better future. Now, please welcome T.S. Suffian Shahabuddin.
Thank you, Aisha. My name is Suffian Shahabuddin. I'm a part of many ventures, two of which are Six Design Office and Archicrafts Sdn Bhd. Some may also know me as a penjual nasi lemak, which is why I have the TS in front of my name for Tauke Sambal. But other than that, I think I just wanted to focus on these two for a while. So we came to a point where I think the whole world came to a point where we faced the pandemic, and a lot of us needed to change how we were doing things. So now we're at this point, and we need to ask the questions whether or not we have taken the opportunity to change. So I just wanted to start with this. This might show my age. Some of you might have grown up with this, or you've had children watching this. So this was my favorite cartoon back when I was quite small. It's Voltron for you younger ones. So it's not a proverb from Voltron, they were saying, and this is an African proverb where they're saying, if you want to go fast, go alone, but if you want to go far, go together. So this is something I often mention to colleagues, peers, even clients. I mean, we need to be working together. So it's a time where we should actually reflect, reimagine, and reset. And the pandemic actually gave us that opportunity. So have we actually, I mean, the question to ask ourselves, have we taken that opportunity to reset and just rethink how we are doing things? So Ross Schwab basically said the pandemic represents a rare opportunity and a window to reimagine how we see our world. And I think going into more detail for us architects, have we actually looked at how we can do things differently? So I think the whole morning was talking about all these issues. So this was a study done by the RIBA back in 2011. So they're basically talking about the same things that we are talking about now. All these issues have been happening for so long, but we basically just, I don't know, for whatever reason, just sat back and just did our work, heads down, without really taking the opportunity to change. So the pandemic came around and it gave us a lot of opportunities to do that. And we have actually done that quite well. But have we followed through on it? So I think one solution that they gave was to look at this model, which was a network practice. Network practices is where I think a group of smaller offices kind of come together and they work on projects. So they're actually a lot more agile, they can pivot easily. And I think given at the rate of projects which are, in terms of size, they're kind of shrinking. And that's reflective of the new types of projects that are coming around. So we need to be looking at different models. So the network practices is one that we've kind of embraced, especially with Six and Archicraft and other I think partners as well, HSA, PAB. So we've worked with a lot of different businesses just to see how we can add value to what they are already doing. So looking at that as one approach, what opportunities are created through these small practices? So back with Azim's study, it showed that 90% of businesses are already quite small. But the thing is, they're still quite fragmented. The idea is to kind of come together and look at where you can scale up when there's an opportunity to do so and work with different entities. So Jack Ma, I like to use him, although he's probably hiding somewhere in Japan at the moment. He mentions this 30-30 rule. So obviously, because the generation of this current generation, which are 30-year-olds and younger, they're quite unique because they were born into technology. I mean, compared to some of us, particularly me, which is kind of like the sandwich generation, this new generation is probably the one that will be embracing all of this and the ones that will actually take it forward. And also look at the next 30 years, because this is when all this technology that we're facing right now or that we're trying to embrace will be imparted into every part and every single thing that we do on a daily basis. And of course, the 30 kind of number, which is a small scale number. So it's worth looking at trying to figure out how other industries are doing things, and it's looking at this cross-disciplinary approach, cross-branding approach, which I think architects are kind of slow at kind of putting up our heads and looking at other things. So other businesses, for example, this is international examples where Starbucks and Spotify have been working together, Nike and Apple, for example. And even locally, the creatives have been coming together, Vans working with artists like Kide, for example. So they're creating this unique brand on existing products. So when you do cross-disciplinary approach and cross-branding, it ultimately gives you opportunities where you can actually reduce the costs on your overheads, reduce risk because you're involving multiple people, you're accessing new markets, global markets, and also a lot of other spillover effects. So I think this is where I think we can kind of look to the person next to you and see, let's see how we can cross-collaborate. And it is about creating this environment where it's a lot more complementary and you're value adding. So I think this is normally where architects are like. They like working within their own entities. I mean, if there was that opportunity to work together, look at it as like a piece of a puzzle where you're adding value to each other. And of course, if you're expanding it and working with other ventures, this is where you're actually creating a more holistic end product. The images kind of have gone away for some reason, but I think it's good that the main things are there. It was supposed to show 3 circles of, I think, your conventional industry. So this is where we've kind of overlaid things. Where we're trying to create new knowledge. So traditional knowledge, for example, architecture and the built environment is kind of already there. But if you're trying to look at creating niche areas, if you overlay that with technology, for example, you kind of get BIM. You overlay technology with branding strategies, you kind of get digital medias, and architecture and branding, you can kind of look at these new wayfinding strategies. So these are all niche areas which new clients are kind of looking for. So it creates new areas of specialty. And I think people like Rida are also looking at the blockchain and seeing how we can benefit on the metaverse and things like that. It is moving towards that. So how can you embrace a digital environment, which a lot of people are kind of going more cloud-based and looking at collaborative design environments? So if we look back in terms of disruption, the industry is being disrupted without, I think no one can kind of deny that. So you're looking at things like artificial intelligence, RFID, drone technology, robotics. So these are things that through this study is shown, I mean, it's something that we can't escape. And if we keep doing the same things, we'll pretty much be left out. So I think for us in particular, that this is where something, I think even when I was in Melbourne, BIM was kind of already quite big. I didn't need a crystal ball to kind of say this is what's going to happen in Malaysia. So we took it on board and we kind of embraced it, and it's kind of went to the point where the trajectory level is just, I think if you approach any client nowadays, they would be asking for BIM first. So you look back at your traditional model, you want to see where architects kind of provide high value, and this is during the front end of projects. So the schematic design stage, design development, and also contract documentation. So where I was coming from, all these disruptors of new technology and also niche subject areas, this is the high value areas where especially architects can kind of pivot and look at how they can be a part of that. So in terms of a business, I think that's where you don't necessarily need to know everything, but there's probably more demand of creating more value in, I think, these smaller niche areas. So that cloud environment, it's gotten more easier now. A lot of the things that we did back within, I think even 5 years ago, wasn't possible in terms of what we do now. 2013, we just went to a local server. Everything was hardwired through a CAT system. And then we tried to, I think, looking at how can we entertain staff who were living in Kajang or Rawang, so they could work remotely. But I think that didn't quite work in terms of assets. And then 2020 came along, it kind of forced everybody, so everybody was on cloud. And this kind of created a new environment for working. And things like in terms of hardware and software, it kind of balanced out. Everything was pushed to this whole hybrid working environment. And I think you didn't need to necessarily be in one physical space and for you to kind of finish what you wanted to do. So just looking at the interface, everything is kind of sorted out. It's no longer just, I think, just putting things on your Google folder. In terms of the tools that you have at your I think at your fingertips at the moment, it's all laid out. So it's kind of just figuring out how to use it and pushing what you can do that bit further. So I think this has allowed us to kind of work beyond borders. I think there's no longer that I think restriction of just being, say if you're in Malaysia, you just need to be in Malaysia, but you have the opportunity to work on a lot more impactful projects, high value projects in and across around the globe. So we kind of looked at this whole situation in terms of how can it transform to kind of a new physical space. So we looked back into our own practice and then just saw how being multiple businesses in a close proximity kind of translated to a physical space. So there's many aspects to it, behavioral, virtual, physical. You're looking at how these things are done in a new way. And we kind of came up with a flexible, coincidental space where you can have these exchanges, but it also connects you to something which is more natural and organic. So it was something important to us, but it was also important to new staff members that were coming in and wanted this new type of environment, especially after experiencing COVID. So of course, there's the whole remote work, digitalization, and automation. How does that translate into this new workplace? So traditionally, you were looking at these spaces, which was a lot more rigid. Everybody had their own categorized spaces. Moving forward, you wanted to break these boxes and looked at how different people of different skill sets were to work together in these coincidental spaces. So you're looking at a more flexible but fluid office. I mean, I don't really have a room for myself. I just move around tables. And that's how we've kind of see things working. So with different projects, you kind of switch the teams around and it's a lot more mobile. So you have these spaces which are a lot more informal, but they also have focused area office. So it's no longer your typical, okay, the boss's room is here, everybody works behind, but you have a lot of this different types of spaces which are multi-purpose. Where do we go from here? Where do we take it? I just wanted to go back to, I think, where I started, to reflect. I think we do a lot of, I think, looking back at my own experience working in Melbourne, see how it's done there, seeing how we can translate it here to Malaysia, and especially advantage advantages that we have, especially in our technology, especially in our value systems, especially in our metric system. This is something that can be translated beyond our borders. And we constantly reimagine how we do things. Of course, with BIM, there's no longer, I think you can make things a lot more efficient. Some of our projects locally, how we, it's gone beyond visualization, it's gone beyond looking at clash detection, but it's looking at interoperability of data and information to kind of give clients better value. And reset. So part of it is once you have these new knowledge and skills that you have, how would you create diverse streams? I think a lot of people are already doing this, but it's looking at a value-based system where you're not only looking at architecture as service, but also as products. How can you create different values for each different product and create and use the skill sets of that new knowledge or the overlaying of traditional knowledge into something new. So I think that's what we're trying to do. We're kind of at the forefront of looking at how we can look at branding, how we can look at products, how we can look at even the metaverse to look at new areas of exploration. So this is where it allows us the skill set to kind of go abroad. And in terms, it gives us international experience. It gets us up to date with what's best practice, and we're constantly being export ready. So a lot of people talk about marilah kita besarkan cake. I don't think there's much of a cake to nak besarkan. So I think it's about looking for cake abroad. So this is where the direction is going. I think there's not much limitations on that, and the technology is there to help us out. So this is what we want to do. So again, to do this, we should be doing it together, and hopefully we can go further. So that's my time. I've managed to beat the bell. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you so much, T.S. Suffian. Let's give him another round of applause. Thank you once again for sharing your knowledge with us. Now, just to mention, if you have any questions from his talk or any of the previous speakers, we actually have an open discussion session later at the end of the event. So if you have any questions, be sure to hold on to them, remember them, and ask them later. Okay, so now I'd like to welcome one of our sponsors, Nippon Paint, Sendirian Berhad, to the front of the stage for a presentation. Now, please welcome their representative, Ms. Christina Chong.
Hi, good morning, everyone. I'm Christina. Okay, so Nippon Paint, I'm sure is not an unknown company. Everyone will have known about Nippon Paint. So let me introduce. Zimbabwe is the first region to offer total coating and construction solution. Okay, so so everyone knows also we want to have a crack-free home. Over the years, we realized how important buildings are. So to have compatible total coating and construction system, so it's not just only finish. All this while, Nippon Paint is just only on finished surface, so it's just painted. So now we actually offered a whole bare to finish version of it. Okay, so construction trends. Okay, as you can see, we have urbanization and increasing of housing needs in vertical development. Also the IBS trend, and then also we want to have a better aesthetic finish with Q-lastic trends. Of course, customer needs also very important. So like building faster. Okay, improve quality, efficiency, easy and convenient way to handle materials, and also skill knowledge improvement. Okay, so we don't have to struggle with all these problems that is going to come. So like all these site mix as you all know, are all based on estimation. Estimation of your cement, estimation of your sand, even your aggregates. So what our side do is we do pre-mixed. So everything is ready mixed. So we don't have to worry about reworking defects. We don't have to delay our projects. It will cut down a lot of your timing. So our key challenges for internal, external, tiling and waterproofing. So for internal wall, we have crack or even powdery surface. You don't have to worry about external wall for efflorescence or even paint peel off. For tiling, common issue, buckling, debonding, delamination. Waterproofing, of course, leaking and so on. So for Nippon, okay, Nippon always believe in sustainability, quality, and beautiful finish. Okay, so we give a total compatible system solution. Okay, currently Nippon is placed global number 4 and Pacific number 1. Okay, in Asia number 1, of course, in 2019 we acquired the Lux Group, New Zealand, and also Vedek Group in Turkey. Okay, we started off in 1962 in Singapore. Okay, and then in Malaysia it's 1967. So up to today, we have 18 geographical locations. Okay, so some project across Asia. So we have the Bird Nest Stadium in Beijing. Okay, and then Sports Hub Singapore. And then of course in Osaka and also in Delhi. Okay, so these are the few brand awards that Nippon have. Okay, Putra Brands Award, Customer Experience Awards, even Reader's Digest also. So our journey to completing construction needs, okay, to have a total coating and construction solutions. So let me give you a brief. So lately in 2020, Nippon has acquired Sally's. Then in 2021, Nippon has acquired VTech. And in 2022, Nippon has acquired CMI, which is a dry mix company, which cover from render, skim coat to tile adhesive. So right now, Nippon actually covered architectural coating, waterproofing, dry mix mortars, protective coating, flooring, and also sealant and adhesive. So it's a all-in-one stop solution already. Okay, so a short intro from bare to finish. As you can see, we have different wall structures and all that. So for standard is now we cover plastering, skim coating, up to painting. And for flooring, we cover from waterproofing until tile adhesive. Okay, so we play a short video. Okay, so I'm sure you all can see from the video. So right now, if you see like wait, okay. So internal wall finish. So if let's say your wall is uneven, your outcome will be wavy. But if let's say if you follow the actual structure system, your wall is actually beautiful, straight, there, finished. Okay. For exterior, as usual, we will always experience efflorescence. Is I think something very common. So CMI do have a special product scheme code that actually helps for efflorescence also, and it's also a hydrophobic performance version. It's compatible with Nippon Paint also. So all these are actually tested, proven by Nippon also lah. And then our tile adhesive, okay. So buckling, debonding. So if you follow the full actually system, we will guide you. So you don't have to worry about that also. Okay, so that's all. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Let's give her another round of applause. All right. Okay, so for those of you who didn't know, there's actually a lucky draw going on right now, sponsored by Bank Islam. So all you have to do is drop by their booth outside at the hall, and you can submit your name, and you'll be in the running to win some really cool prizes. So be sure to do that. And the lucky draw winner will be announced after lunch. And speaking of lunch, it's time for lunch right now. So I'm pretty sure I heard some stomachs rumbling. So you can go and find your lunch downstairs at ground floor, or if you want a view, you can go to the rooftop and enjoy your lunch there as well. There's a surau at the lower ground floor for the Muslims. And we'll see you back here in an hour at 3 o'clock. So enjoy your lunch, everyone. One of our sponsors up on the stage to give his presentation and then the lucky draw announcement. Please welcome Encik Fauzan.
Okay, bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Selamat petang semua. So, terima kasih pada pengurusi majlis atas jemputan pada petang ini. So, kita ada short session saja, about 10 to 15 minutes. So, alhamdulillah hari ini kita dapat bersama-sama dan saya mewakili Bank Islam lah untuk kita share some info dan kita punya special promotions untuk PM members. Okay, kita tahu within these 2 years kita dah menghadapi sesi PKP yang sangat struggle, and tahun ini kita baru nak climb up balik. Okay, kita nak keluar daripada struggle punya period, tempoh yang sangat menguji lah all the business, even bank pun sangat teruji dalam fasa tempoh 2 tahun ini. So hopefully by 2023 kita boleh boom, kita boleh berlari lebih laju, and untuk berhadapan dengan fasa after PKP ni, we are here untuk bersama-sama dengan you all untuk kita sama-sama bangkit kembali, memajukan bisnes masing-masing lah. Okay, so since this session sangat sekejap, sangat singkat, saya biasa kita dalam bisnes bila akhir tahun saja kita akan ada banyak promotions. Cuma hari ini saya akan share 4 perkara sahaja, which is 3 daripadanya berkaitan tentang deposit yang Bank Islam offer pada PM members, dan juga 1 daripadanya adalah untuk financing facility. Okay. Sorry. Not function. Okay, so apa yang saya nak share pada hari ini, special promotions. Okay, first kali berkaitan tentang TDT Extra. Kalau sebelum ni pada bulan 10 Oktober, kita datang ke sini dan kita offer pada PM members untuk deposit, dia punya rate adalah 3.7. Kalau biasa daripada awal tahun sampai bulan 9, TDT ni macam fixed deposit lah kalau ada banks. Kita offer 2 point something, 2.5, 2.7 paling tinggi. Tapi starting on October, kita offer as high as 3.7. Tapi ini dah tak ada. Okay, starting daripada last month, daripada bulan 11, kita offer much higher, lebih tinggi daripada previous punya promotions, which is untuk 6 bulan 4%, 12 bulan 4.2, 18 bulan 4.4. This is the highest yang even Bank Islam pernah offer pada all the customers lah. Okay, so kalau if let's say you punya firm ataupun you punya agency, yang ini hanya untuk SME dan individual saja. Untuk company-company sendiri berhad, company-company yang bukan other than SME, tak boleh ambil this kind of deposit punya offer. Tapi kita ada satu lagi fixed deposit dengan special rate. Yang itu you kena bincang lain lah. You apply dan kita akan request for special rate. Mungkin slightly lower, tapi still the best lah. Better than ada punya deposit yang kita offer pada umum lah. Alright, ini yang pertama, TDT extra. So this one kalau you memang ada duit, tak tahu nak park dekat mana, nak cari dividen tertinggi, this is the best option yang kita offer pada you all. Alright, kemudian offer yang kedua, special promotion yang kita nak share pada you all hari ini, Al-Awfa Plus. Bank Islam very famous, very familiar dengan Al-Awfa, which is kita ada cabutan setiap tahun 4 pemenang 1 juta. Means that setiap tahun kita akan ada 4 jutawan. Bulan 3, 6, 9 dan 12. And then kita ada juga cabutan setiap bulan yang mana hadiahnya 100,000. And all semua jumlah terkumpul, cabutan yang kita sediakan tahunan jumlahnya adalah sekitar 15 juta untuk lucky draw saja. So kalau you masuk account, kalau ada banks, kita ada account simpanan biasa, you just ada account simpanan biasalah, tak ada cabutan ataupun tak ada hadiah. Ataupun kalau ada hadiah, yang ada cabutan ni mungkin dalam tempoh 40 hari. You kena remain on that account, baru you boleh keluar. Yang ini macam akaun simpanan biasa, boleh masuk hari ni, besok keluar, kemudian masuk keluar, sama juga. Cuma dia punya different adalah ada cabutan tiap-tiap bulan, ada cabutan quarterly, even ada cabutan 6 bulan sekali, dan kita ada cabutan tahunan lah. Alright. So total semua jumlah cabutan yang kita berikan ini berjumlah 15 juta untuk setahun. Kemudian yang Al-Awfa Plus ni kita bagi tambahan hadiah. Maksudnya ada 10 orang lagi tambahan. Jumlah cabutan kita berikan 10,000 untuk 10 orang. So maksudnya that's why kita panggil Al-Awfa Plus. Kalau yang sebelum ni Al-Awfa sahaja, yang ini Al-Awfa Plus. Maksudnya sepatutnya tadi 15 juta, ditambah 100,000 untuk peruntukan pada akhir tahun ini. Okay. So kalau yang first promotion tadi, first kita punya offer tadi untuk deposit campaign fixed deposit. Yang ini kalau you aim for cabutan, this one is the best option yang kita bagi pada you all. And then next, max cash. Macam saya cakap tadi, yang first tadi untuk deposit punya fixed deposit lah. Maksudnya you aim for dividend. Yang kedua tadi aim for cabutan. Tapi this max cash, kita gabungkan kedua-dua produk tadi. Maksudnya kalau you masuk, 70% dia akan pergi kepada dividend, 30% dia akan pergi kepada cabutan bertuah. Maksudnya dua-dua you dapat. Cuma kalau yang tadi kita bagi 4.4 untuk 18 bulan, yang ini kita bagi, kalau bulan 10 hari itu 4.45. Kita bagi untuk akhir tahun ni tinggi sikit lagi 5.7. Okay, that 30% daripada yang you masukkan, yang you dalam account deposit tadi. Maksudnya kalau you masuk 100,000, 30% akan pergi untuk cabutan, 70% akan pergi untuk fixed deposit lah. Alright, clear So this 3 offer untuk deposit punya produk yang kita nak share pada all PAM members lah. And then the final one untuk professionals PAM members, kita Bank Islam sangat dikenali lah untuk produk financing, which is personal financing. Dalam within this struggle year ni, kadang-kadang kita tengah buat projek, kemudian ada short of cash sebagai contoh. Okay, saya tak rasa untuk you all mungkin ada masalah kewangan ke apa, tapi if let's say you ada tengah buat business sebagai contoh, buat projek, tiba-tiba mungkin perlukan tambahan dana yang mungkin you tak plan untuk nak pegang lama. If let's say you nak looking for 100,000 and then after 6 months you nak fully settle. So this one is the best facility yang kita boleh offer lah. So apa syaratnya? As long as you professional architects, you boleh apply up to maximum 300,000, and then even you apply bulan ni, bulan depan you nak fully settle, no penalty at all. So this one is the best product yang kita boleh offer. Believe me, in market, kalau hari ni atau bulan ni you apply 400,000, bulan depan you buat full settlement, pay off, dia tak akan jadi 100,000. Dia mesti akan jadi 105 atau 110. Tapi Bank Islam, even baru sebulan you bayar, you apply 400,000, kemudian dah bayar full first installment, bulan depan you nak fully settle, dia tak akan lebih daripada 100,000. Maybe at least lah 99,500. But must be lower daripada amount yang you apply lah. Sebab bulan pertama tu sendiri kita dah divide two. Satu kita bayar, sebahagian kita bayar untuk principal and the rest kita bayar untuk profit. So that's why kenapa even baru sebulan you nak buat settle off, you akan dapat rebate dan amount tu much lower daripada principal amount lah. So kalau you perlukan urgent cash sebagai contoh, kita ada provide facility untuk professional, especially architects, untuk PIM members. Dan kalau if let's say you ada plan juga untuk nak buat consolidation, sebagai contoh komitmen tinggi, kemudian sekarang ni pun kita nak maintain overhead company sebagai contoh, tapi this one untuk individual sahajalah. Maksudnya bukan agency ataupun firm architect tu sendiri. Maksudnya architect as an individual, you boleh apply up to 300,000. Okay, maksimum yang kita berikan 10 years. Kemudian kalau you nak buat full settlement macam saya cakap tadi, nak buat full settlement awal, even 6 bulan, setahun atau 1 bulan pun tak ada masalah dan tidak ada penalty at all. Okay. So I think that's all yang kita boleh share untuk session yang sangat singkat ini. So hopefully kita boleh dapat menjadi teman di sisi you all sepanjang kita nak berdepan dengan fasa 2023 ini. We know that struggle berada di depan kita, but we have to move forward and we are here to help all of you, insyaAllah. Okay, so that's all. Saya jemput Encik Adam untuk kita teruskan dengan session Lucky Draw, insyaAllah. That one also.
Baik, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. The moment yang kita tengah tunggu sekarang ni So Alhamdulillah, dia punya participant very overwhelming, bekas yang penuh, tapi kita select 5 sahaja So tanpa membuangkan masa, saya menjemput Mr. Presiden Encik Salih, Arkitek Encik Salih untuk memberikan hadiah Silakan. Okay tuan, randomly select 5 nama.
Saya tak letak.
Tak ada unsur-unsur lain Okay, susah, terlalu padat sangat. Of course hadiah yang last kali yang paling mahal Yang nombor 5 tu yang paling mahal. So kita bagi dengan yang first dulu Cik Saiful
Name Viana Ho. VP Ho Architect. Ara Damansara.
Ada balik. Okay, skip.
Skip.
Betul lah. Ini Ho 1 2 3. Okay, kita move pada next name
Ada proxy.
Okay.
Syahrin Shahabuddin. Syahrin Architect.
Ada atas. Lisa. Alright. Sementara tu tuan, kita boleh select yang seterusnya kot. Dia tengah turun dulu. Ya, bekas dia kecil sikit. Expect. Oh.
Dr. Tan Loke Mun.
Ya. Dr. Tan. Okay. Dapat juga.
Sorry, not 1 million
Man. Alright. Okay. Okay. Alright, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Tan. Alright. Okay, tuan silakan tuan. Tanya tuan. Okay. Right, thank you. Okay, next number 3 Sila tuan.
Wah. Arkitek Alvin Lim, ADJ Arkitek.
Okay.
Ada. You know ah. Alright. Okay. Right, thank you, sir.
Thank you. Okay, thank you. Okay, last two,
Multi cooker. And the winner for multi cooker is Architect April Lim. April Lim Architect. Hey. Alright. One in the right hand. Right.
Thank you. Okay,
Yeah.
last one.
Final prize, right?
Final prize, yes.
Air fryer. Berat kan?
Last one,
Okay. Zulkifli Huat Lim Oh, mana Huat Lim pula? No, the writing. So dia macam writing doktor sikit. So Zulkifli
Maksum.
macam Lim, tapi I don't think it's Zulkifli Mat Lim lah.
From Zulkifli Ilham.
Zulkifli Ilham Reka.
Ada?
Ada?
1, 2, 3. Okay. Next. Straight. Laju kan. Kita nak bagi banyak hadiah. Itulah.
Okay, nama Suzaili Mazlan, CDP.
Okay. Nasib baik dia.
Nasib baik tak balik lagi. Okay, tanya.
Right.
Alright, thank you.
Thank you. Alright. Thank you, Mr. President. Alright. Okay, Alhamdulillah. That's about it. Hand over to Tuan Pengerusi. Thank you. Alright, welcome.
Okay, thank you so much, Encik Fauzan, for sharing and that great lucky draw session. Congratulations once again to all the winners. Happy cooking, especially you, Dr. Tan. Okay, our next speaker really needs no introduction, but I'll do it anyway. Dr. Tan Loke Mun's architecture is green and tropical. He is a prominent award-winning architect and is well regarded as a visionary and a bit of a maverick with a career spanning more than 30 years. Dr. Tan's works are widely published and his practice is amongst the most awarded in the region. He is the recipient of the prestigious Kington Loo Gold Medal, and other significant architectural awards include the ASEAN Energy Award, Future Arc Green Leadership Award, and numerous PAM and RECA awards. He has managed to juggle a prolific career as an architect, interior designer, and master planner while contributing extensively to the profession. He was the president of the Malaysian Institute of Architects from 2005 to 2007, the team leader responsible for setting up the Green Building Index GBI rating tool for Malaysia in 2009, and a long-standing member of the Board of Architects Malaysia from 2003. He has successfully interpreted and translated tropical regional metaphors into his architecture and master plans. The multi-award winning GBI Platinum-rated S11 house is one of his biggest ideological successes. And now, giving us a talk on practice futures, please welcome architect Dr. Tan Loke Mun.
Thank you very much for the kind invitation, and thank you to all the earlier speakers. I learned a lot, especially about $1 notes. Yeah. I'll go straight into it. I borrowed from Zaini's team for next year, and my whole series for the next year, all my talks is talking about next. I'll run through the front portion very quickly because I think if you want to look at practice today, you need to understand what's been happening. And this is something that came out of the blue, COVID-19. I think most people have already forgotten what it is as we go back to normality. So some of the words that come to mind are lockdowns. China is just coming out of it. And then vaccines. Okay. I think as a result of that, you know, when we went into endemic period, everyone, especially like my firm, I'll try and explain what happened to my firm the past 5-6 months. And as we entered the endemic period, we thought that everything was going to be okay already. But we didn't realize that we were being hit by a whole series of wave after wave. You know, and one of the biggest waves that's hitting us now is hyperinflation. I was just telling the people at my table just now, I've got a staff who's leaving me after 14 years. And he's an architect, and he told me that the reason he's leaving is because he can't make ends meet. And he needs a 20% increase in salary, otherwise he's going to leave. After 14 years, we've been through hell and high water together. No? And I asked him what happened. He said that for the past 4 months, because he's got 5 children, the wife passed away, he can't make ends meet. And he's got no more money. His credit cards are borrowed to the hilt. These are architects like us, okay? It's not somebody who is a B40 who lives hand to mouth every day. This is a regular family. And he said for 4 months, every night he cannot sleep. He's got insomnia because he's never had this problem before. He's a professional. And I sat back and I said, what the hell is happening? You know, we come out of the endemic, you know, out of COVID, and we thought we cleared everything. It's going to cruise. Now we're going to work hard, try and build back up the company. And I didn't realize that this, it was causing him to go into mental distress, which the next stage could even be mental illness. And I thought, wow, this is, you know, you can plan for everything, but you cannot plan for things like that. And I talked to my partners. I said, can we increase everyone's salary 20%? They said, are you nuts? You know, we don't even have enough money to ply through almost month by month. And a 20% increase is impossible. But that is currently what we are facing, okay? So hyperinflation, the good thing is China is coming out. The big problem ahead of us is when China opens up, petrol price will jump up. Everything will escalate because suddenly, you know, it's from a time of nothing happening, everything becomes highly sought after, and we're anticipating another wave. Malaysia, we create our own problems. And we have a new government. I like to be positive. We had a series of governments that did not address basic issues. Those of you who are capitalists, and I believe you're all capitalists because you are not a communist. Who's a communist? None, right? The basic building stone of capitalism is productivity. With no productivity, there is no capitalism. So when they say brick and mortar, they literally mean brick and mortar. You pay a foreign worker 50 cents to lay a brick upon a brick. The subcontractor charges the main con 1 ringgit. I'm just using examples. The main contractor charges the developer 2 ringgit. The developer sells it to a house buyer for 50 ringgit. The banker looks at it and plays with the stock and creates $200 million. But it must start from a brick upon a brick. Same as oil palm. The oil palm trees are out there, but nobody is cutting down the fruit. We miss a great opportunity. And the palm oil estate has just come out straight after a new government was elected. The new ministers are in place. The palm oil estate moved very fast. You follow the age, the last week, they said they only have 20% of the workers that are required. 20%, that means 80% are not there. palm oil is, I went into farming because I wanted to understand about food security. And farming is totally different from building. When you build a building, you go up to 10-story, contractor run away, you get a new contractor, you lost time and money, but you continue from 10th floor. In June, I had 6 IBAN workers in my farm. They went back for Gawai, only 1 came back. So from June till now, the jungle has grown. You know, when the jungle grows, it eats up all your fertilizer. All the pests come and crawl up, you know, even the creepers crawl up all your durian and coconut trees. And you go there after 6 months, you can't recognize the place because the jungle grows very fast. Okay, so what's going to happen to the agriculture is with 20% of the workforce that used to look after it, the trees will be stressed out, the jungle will come out, but they haven't been fertilizing because when they fertilize, all the other plants eat it up faster than the palm oil. It will be distressed for 3 to 5 years. The fruits will be very small or it won't fruit. It is that different from the building industry. And in the building industry, what happened in my firm was we paid bonus, Hari Raya, I think March, April, right? In the 4 months after that, my office reserves depleted 90%. We had 5.5 million by end of September. We had 950,000. My salary per month is 770,000. So I was thinking, what the hell happened? We came out of COVID and now there's no more money in the kitty. And we found out that in the good times, the contractor can build 1 floor in 7 to 10 days. Now they are doing like 1 floor in 1 month. So when you claim $100 from your client says, hey, only build 1 floor instead of 3 floors. Here, I give you $30. So our claims dropped tremendously. And we are in this period now, this period of very low productivity. You can blame the Minister of Human Resource, you can blame immigration, but it was totally out of our control. So this is something that we need to watch out for. And the new ministers are in place. We need to get this sorted out. I believe in IBS. I believe in moving towards a mechanized or industrial building system. But our whole country's economy is in ICU. Bring back the bungalows. Because we need to get out of this situation for 3 to 5 years. Then we got to do a radical change and not fall back into this trap. We are, like I said, when you're in ICU, whatever the drug is, you just pump it in and hope that you come out of it alive. Nobody expected it, but war has happened. I've got a new slide which I haven't put in. And you saw yesterday, Putin is now even talking about nuclear. I wouldn't put it past that. The whole world is full of injustice, you know. Nobody would do anything and everyone would just go on their merry way. United Nations is a lame duck. There's no more Security Council. So the world is in a very precarious space, okay? I'm not a pessimist, but I like to be an optimist. But you need to watch all these things that are happening around you. Just now you saw the US dollar, okay? Number 1 was the pyramid with the eye, which a lot of people say a lot of different things about it. But you look at the emblem of America. America has always been one hand holding arrows and the other hand holding olive branch. War and peace. It makes money from war and it makes money from peace. That is the nature of that country. And that's in their dollar bill. That's the emblem that's behind the whole of America. We are going to go through a period of interesting activity around us in our region because of Taiwan, because of all the antagonism against China. We are caught right in between it. And I expect that if it's not my generation, my son's generation might need to prepare for something that we've been the lucky generation that never saw war. Food security. This person said to me, when he went to a supermarket to buy, his trolley was 350 ringgit to 400 ringgit. And now it is 750 ringgit. And he said it's gone up so much. That's why he needs the 20% increase. So I didn't know, because I don't go shopping. I also don't cook. But if I take home, my wife might use to bang my head with it. But hyperinflation, food security, all these are going to be issues. And you saw the war in Ukraine. Ukraine is one of the biggest supplier of fertilizer to the whole world. It comes down the whole food chain, and we are going to see more and more of this. I believe in shelter. I'm experimenting. I'd like to say that maybe I'm the first Malaysian to really research and design a bomb shelter. Okay? It's interesting because when you look at it, there are a lot of issues involved with it, about self-sustainability, about being green, about being able to not be found. So you might, I'm doing a little experiment project on this. But shelter will become more and more and increasingly important. There will be a lot of refugees, either climate or war. Okay. Climate calamity. Those who have involved in Green Building Index with me 12 years ago, Sally is one of them. And we had this saying that we are 3 degrees from destruction. The moment the temperature rises 3 degrees in the whole world, it's like a big oven. The moment you heat it up, it just continues to grow. It takes years before you can bend it and turn it back down, because it's not like you can throw ice on the whole world. So we are already at 1.2 degrees. And Prince Charles said, now he's king, he doesn't say anymore. Lah. He used to say it, right? If we cross that 1.5 degree mark, there's no turning back. It will go straight towards 3 degrees. And then the oceans will die. The corals will die first, and then later on, you find marine life will be affected. We are nearly there, okay? So in the end, nature wins. Looking at my farm, in 5 months, I saw how nature takes back its course. When you leave it alone, it grows very fast, okay? And I think maybe what will happen is, you see already there's weather disasters. I've never seen so much rain before. Australia has never had floods the whole time I was there. And in 30 years now, you find it's flooding in the suburbs. You've never heard of such things. So the world has totally changed. And if you put your head in the sand like an ostrich, then you can believe what you want. But the world has changed. So what I notice is that if we take ourselves out of the equation, or the world or nature strikes us back in such a way that it decimates the world population by half, COVID, I believe, was a strike back from nature. Okay, nobody to today knows where it comes from. But it's as though nature, a little virus, that nobody understood, but all things are created by God, okay, whether good or bad. But it came and it struck us. It killed quite a lot. We came out with vaccines. We beat nature back. But there will come more and more waves of such things. And it will knock the human population down. And then from there, nature will get a chance to recover. I believe in space. You have to watch space. Increasingly, I'm a creationist. I'm a Christian. I always was sort of taught that we are God created and we are the only humans in the whole universe. But actually, the Bible or whatever religious book you believe in does not say there's nobody else out there. And this James Webb telescope is such an incredible contraption in space. And you look at the discoveries, I actually follow this, and the space is so vast and so incredible, God's creation, that I sit back today and I ask myself, it's not impossible that there's life form elsewhere. And I believe that eventually we might discover something like that, okay? And space is also the last frontier. If we destroy the earth, we better have somewhere else to go. Crypto, currencies are haywire. This is just the beginning of it. You saw American dollar versus us touch 480, and then now it's dropped back to 430. It's a 20% swing, And after a while, you realize that currencies are just as unreliable as anything else. And I believe that once you are in a spacefaring people, US dollar don't mean anything anymore. And I think eventually it will move towards a blockchain control, ethically controlled international currency. I believe in NFTs because what use is 100 acres in Puchong when you are on Mars? You can't do anything with it. And there's this thing which is the tradable value of assets. And I believe that NFTs will play a part in that. Metaverse. I think during the COVID, Facebook changed to Meta. And then there was this whole discussion, what's the metaverse? And if you follow the future of what space travel is going to be like, you know, you could be 2 generations in Mars. And Mars, you want to go fishing, it's not like you can go out and fish, you know, there's no trout, there's no water. But the metaverse in a blue room or a green room will give you the whole sensation of going fishing in New Zealand. And it can actually simulate that whole thing. So in a sense, we are actually creating a future world in an unreal environment, at least for 1 generation. And after that, when the kids, they are growing up in Mars or whatever the planet is, does not have the memory or the romantic inclination back to humans on Earth, then the metaverse will have evolved. And by that time, we will become not just only a spacefaring people, but a people who understand the universe. Okay. I don't know what I'm actually talking about, but I actually see all these things happening. And it's not something, just like we cannot control what our government does or doesn't do, it's all hurtling towards these things, okay? And interestingly, population decline. And I think for many years, we were very worried, those in the green building industry, we were very worried about population growth, that we will hit 12 billion by 2050, all the resources on the earth will be gone. And today, we are talking the opposite. We are talking about population decline. Communications will change, and change by one man. One man will get rid of Cellcom, DG, and all these things. The moment the Starlinks all start to link up. Already, the whole war in Ukraine is controlled by that. This man is powerful. God help us, you know, that I hope he's Batman and not the bad guy. Because if he's the bad guy, he can do a lot of things. So the whole war in Ukraine is controlled by Starlink satellites. And without the Starlink satellites, they cannot go to war. And I think I saw this in Terminator 1, right? Where they went to war against the machines, okay? The rise of AI. This thing has jumped tremendously. From the days you spoke to your, you know, I thought it was very weird. My son used to talk to his phone, Siri and all this, and ask it questions, and a very scientific, nice, sexy woman's voice will answer back. Not many men's voice, right? But Siri will answer back and tell him, you know, and he can ask Siri to book a restaurant, etc., etc. But this is a Tesla bot, okay? So the word bot and drones are going to come in. So we are going to learn a bit more about this, because today the fastest growing app on the phone is an app where I'll show you the name afterwards, where it's already headed from narrow AI, which is basically you tell the robot to build this car, and he does screw, bolting, and welding. Then you come to the general AI, where you cannot even tell whether the person you are speaking to on the phone, and Shopee has this, when you make a complaint, you thought it's an Indian in India. It's somebody answering you on the phone. You cannot, or when you use a chat with them. On booking.com today, you know, I make bookings and I ask for specific things. They reply, it's actually a robot. I cannot tell anymore, okay? So when we come to general AI, the robot or the drone starts to acquire knowledge until it can hide itself, that it has become like us. And the next stage is when the robot even becomes more powerful than us, which could happen quite quickly. So you know, you take your part 3 for architecture proficiency to be a professional. This is a very famous test, and you will hear more and more about it soon. And it's called a Turing test. The Turing test, you see a computer is trying to be a human. So he's studying his part 3 to become how to talk like a human, so that the human cannot say that you're a stupid machine. Okay, and we already reached that point if you do a bit of testing. So how this is interesting, because in Malaysia it's very easy to do the Turing test. On the red is human. On the purple right is a very smart, intelligent machine that cannot do wrong. So in Malaysia, most of the people I meet always prove that they are not very intelligent. So I know there is not a robot. Okay. when I go to submit my OSC, I definitely know they are not robots. Okay. Because they exhibit some of this behavior. But if I go to an OSC and they say everything according to the law and they are so smart, and I say, shit, this is a robot. You get what I'm saying? So we are actually somewhere in between. And the Turing test is when these two come together and you cannot tell whether it's a human or not a human. I tell you this is very important because our whole industry will be challenged. Because today you want to generate a design, you can go into an app, you can say, design me a tropical house, Le Corbusier style. You'll come up with 2,000 options in 1 second. And you know, it just goes on because AI has acquired knowledge and is continuing to acquire knowledge. GPT-3, this is the fastest growing app, faster than Facebook and any other app. Those of you who don't have it, I suggest you download it. You can key in any question you want. A student today just needs to say, what are the things that happen with issuance of CPC? It will tell you. If it doesn't know, you try again in 1 month's time, because you have asked that question, it will know. It will acquire the knowledge. So you can actually do an exam today and you can just refer to that, you know. And you can ask it the question and it'll answer it all for you. You can write an essay just from it by just posing it a question. Lexica. There are many tools out there, but I'm just showing this example. Lexica is like this, okay? So I put 2 examples. You know, artist Yayoi Kusama, the Japanese lady with the polka dot pumpkin. So I put there, boy flying like Yayoi Kusama. And straight away, 2,161 results. They made the images come up per style. Those of you know Leonardo da Vinci's work. So I put there, alligators and dragons like Leonardo da Vinci. And the paintings all came up. They're all self-generated. I spoke just a few months ago that I said that AI cannot create. Now we have come into this middle portion where I got a funny feeling they can create. And when they go one more step, because of the acquisition of knowledge, they will be definitely smarter than us, okay? So I know I took a lot of time, but I just want to, it's supposed to be practice, right? So I just want to just say this very quickly and then I'll show you 2 pictures and then I'm done. I'm not saying that the way, I don't know why you're asking old guys to tell you how to run a practice. Suffian is probably the most advanced. But I will share what I have done in my firm and what I've learned along the way. Hopefully it can help you. I learned this too late in life to define myself. And when I started writing a book about, we started doing our monograph and then people ask, yo, what are you about, doc? And I found that I couldn't define it very well. And I think if you can define yourself, some architects define themselves at a very young age. They got a certain style. When you talk to them, they are certain type, you know what they are. And usually your friends know you, they define you better than you define yourself because you are very confused. But if you can define yourself first in maybe 5 sentences, then you slowly cut it down until you can define yourself in 1 sentence. Short sentence. Okay, because when I look at Zaini, I always think of fast cars, funny clothes. That's my definition of him, And Sally, pink. I don't know. Yeah, I'll never wear, in Australia, wear pink on a construction site, they beat you up. But he wears pink, So these are things that you define, okay? So if you can quickly differentiate, define, dare, do, don't give up. The second one is see the big picture. PAM Part 3 teaches you how to start a firm. It never tells you how to end. And I tell you the ending is even harder than starting. And you end up with shares in company nobody wants. You got succession problems. So maybe we should have a course on how to end. Okay, because and you go through different periods of life and different seasons and how you adapt. I think a lot more thought got to be given into it rather than you can start 3 types of firms out of 4. It's a very complex thing and I won't deal with it, but I wish somebody had told me that to plan an exit plan before I even got into it. And I think that's one of the mistakes that most of us make. Art, science, or business? I think common questions for architects. We like to do design, then we forget to make money. I started from BEP architect. I met a landscape architect, Don Bergman. And when I started my firm, I used him as my landscape architect. He saw how hard I was working, and he made a statement to me that I never forgot. He said, Doc, you're doing so much of this. He said, make sure you set some money aside for yourself. You know, and we are always thinking we are making money for the business, working. And then that really struck me at home, you know, and I started to realize that say what you like, money is very important. And if you can make money easier when you are younger with less responsibilities, when you don't have any children yet, no family, you can take big risks. You lose it all, it's just start again. That's the good thing about architects. But as you get older, for want of a better word, you are not as brave anymore. Okay, I can't use the word ball string, right? But you actually don't get so brave anymore, and you don't take risks. And I'm a strong believer that we are very good at making money. You know why we are very good at making money? Okay, one of the surveys don't catch in those surveys that we compare us with Australia and UK. Every building that is built here needs your signature. And I speak, you know, I can dare speak from Lam's behalf. I estimate there's 1 billion of fees, taking 2%. I'm not even talking about 4%, 7% or what. 2% fees, which is below scale of fees. There's 1 billion of fees for 1,800 architects every year if you do what is right. There's tons of money there. It's just that architects, we are always flaky. We don't concentrate. I was never interested in money until my partner gave me some trouble. Then I realized I had no money. You know, after working so hard, and I was 40 something. So from the age of, I finished my PEM presidency, from the age of 42 to 55, I amassed a wealth. And I dare say that I'm not poor. Okay, I believe that poverty is a curse. It puts that family, that architect that I spoke to, into mental stress, and he cannot sleep at night. That is a curse. And I think when we are given on the platter, every building we sign, of course, engineers can sign for factories and so on, but every building that is signed in Malaysia, that is different from Australia. Australia, the building surveyor has taken that role from us. In UK, the building surveyor has also taken that from us. But here, every building still needs your signature. And we complain somebody does it for so much and so much. Let's just zoom back in that there's 1 billion of fees out there every year for you to take. So if you go back home and you check your income is only so little, means GDP took most of it. It's true. The big boys, you'll be surprised, you know, they never tell you anything. They don't come and speak. All the poor people come and speak and tell you how to make money. Tune into the future. I showed you the future just now. I'm not a prophet. I'm not a soothsayer. But these are obvious things when you read in the mass media, okay? Collaborate, work, learn with the best. I started too late on this because I had this misconception that I was the best, or second best lah. Phua Chu Kang is the best. But it took me a long time to realize, and I always read about other people, and when you read about some other people, you got this funny feeling, this guy is on a roll. He's got, you know, I see Suffian, I want to know him. I want to work with him. Yeah, because I can feel it. I don't know whether it's like a hunch or something. You know, these guys are going to go somewhere. Okay, so today, in the later part of my life, I collaborate with a lot of people, and I share my ideas. And it took me a long time to understand that sometimes, you know, your clients inbreed this into you. Oh, copyright this, copyright that. Don't let you use this for other projects. Actually, we own the copyright. And I started to realize that by sharing, it actually comes back and blesses you. Okay, and it actually makes you more sought after. So collaborate, work, and learn from the best. I like this. I learned it from Kampak Chong from BEP. I don't know why every time, you know, from the time I met him, he said, never be envious of other people's work. And as you grow as an architect, you know, you see some people and then you say, wow, shit, I could have done that. And I start to realize that I have to change, because the moment you are envious, you cannot collaborate. And I think this is something that if you can find out very early, anchor yourself to the best that you can see, and always, whether just having teh tarik or something, it helps. Cherish, celebrate, and mark the moments in time. As you get older, this becomes important. Last night was my Christmas party. We've been doing it. I modeled it along Elton John's party after the Oscars, where only the who's get to come. But these are important because after a while, the whole industry knows. I got my clients call me. I said, wow, your party never call us. Huh? I said, sorry, I forgot. But it becomes something that the industry wants to be there and wonders why so-and-so is invited and why some so-and-so is not invited. And I want to mark the moment because it's the end of a tough year. December, nothing much is going to happen until after Chinese New Year. It's a time to unwind, to really go away and think of new ideas. And mark the moments because life is very fragile. Love your family, spend time with them. These are things that, you have I have a lot of regrets, And unfortunately, I can't roll back the time, okay? But it's important. Professionalism, honesty, integrity. I think last time I used to say is so that you can do well in your business. But as you get older, I think it is to give you a clear conscience. I don't know, but as you get older, the conscience is very important. How you stand before man and God. And that's more important than anything else, yeah. And this is from Corbusier. Read, write, draw, build, and share more. I just end with two pictures. When you study architecture, it's a bit like this. This is the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel. I think some of you have been there. It's in the St. Paul's Cathedral, right? Vatican. Yeah. Everyone goes there, and all these paintings are amazing. A lot of nudes in there. There's Sodom and Gomorrah and all these things. But everyone just goes to look at one particular painting. And you can see, I've been there before, and everyone groups there and looks at this one painting. And this one painting is right there in the middle. And it is this painting, the creation of Adam. So I always, one time we are architects trained in school, how you do well to get a high distinction in your crit is when you put your work up against others, yours is what everyone drawn to. We are taught from young like that. So we always think, should I put more shadow, make it 3D, so that people will go to today on screen. I don't know how you do it, but in those days, you hang out a crit and you always go and look at it and say, wow, this one is great. So we cultivate this Sistine Chapel example where people all go there and they always look for this one. So we must always try to stand out from the rest. But why I find this a very interesting story is because this guy is comparing himself against himself. And I think that's something that architects need to do. I like Michelangelo because every other painting there is done by him. And he's as though he's competing and trying to break a boundary just for himself. Okay. And in some sense, it talks to me at this stage as I get old. I know that I get old, but I'm going to live and work till 120. So I'm still not even halfway there yet. Okay. But it talks to me about transition. It talks about me when I was like Adam, trying to touch the finger of God for an inspiration to do an incredible project. And after many years, I don't know what age it was, maybe when I was 55 onwards, I start to find that, I'm not saying I'm God, but I'm starting to find that today I'm looking for people to try to touch the finger to inspire them. I don't know if you know what I mean. In a lifetime, you were always at the bottom there trying to be great, collaborating with people, trying to touch the finger of God. And then without knowing it, suddenly in your life, you change position, and you need to now be the person to look at transition. And it's so hard, like in my office, the new generation, so the way you deal with the millennials is, I don't know how to deal with them yet, but we have to do that transition, okay? And I end with this cartoon. It was sent to me by Siksan, and I thought it was a perfect one to describe what I'm talking about today. We are like the artists, and we do sexy buildings. And everyone looks at our buildings. But actually, we are always more interested in the people that are looking, we are more interested in the environment around the sexy work that we do. The world out there not only thinks that architects are well off, because they get misled when they see Zaini dressed like a playboy, expensive watches, driving high-speed cars. So they think that architects are very well off. And when they look at some architects, they think that we are also very sexy. Okay? So we are as though it's a very sexy profession. And I'm from the John Travolta Staying Alive generation, where you walk also there's a swagger. And when you go to parties, you are the star of the dance floor. I'm from that generation. I'm from the Tom Cruise, how to tackle a girl with great respect. I'm from that generation, and I always see my profession as giving me all the wings to fly. And in some sense, when Sixan sent me this picture, I was preparing for the talk today, and I thought it was a great reflection. There's a lot of meaning in it, that actually people look at us, they look at our work, and because of that, they think we are very sexy people. But actually, we are very hard at work looking back at them. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Tan, for that eye-opening and very inspiring talk. Let's give him another round of applause. Okay, before I continue, I have an announcement to make. Somebody left a ring at the surau, the ladies' surau. It's a gold ring, very tiny. Looks like it could be for a little girl, but it probably isn't. So if you did leave anything in the surau, please come and collect it from me. Thank you. All right, now let's go. That wraps up our talks for today, but we're not done yet. We're now going to have our open discussion session with our speakers and panelists. So without further ado, let's welcome firstly our moderator for today, Architect Jeffrey American, along with our panelists, Architect Shafiq Kamaruzaman, also Chairman of Promotion of Profession Committee, and of course our speakers from today, Architect Azim Aziz, Architect Zaini Mufti, Architect David Teoh, T.S. Suffian Shahabuddin, and of course Dr. Tan Loke Mun. Please give them a warm welcome.
When I started the introduction, I did say, I promised you it was going to be a very interesting session, going to be an interesting afternoon. Don't you agree with me? So we had all our speakers, and before we open up to the floor, so I just like to round up a few things. We first had Architect Azim, who presented us with statistics. So he said that 57% of architects uses the memorandum of agreement, among others, and that architects working with academia, developer, and government are equally distributed at 27%. That's quite interesting data, don't you think? Then next we had Architect Zaini Mufti, who after the presentation, I told him that you could be a live guru. So he gave a roadmap of his firm and about personal resiliency rather than group resiliency, because everything depends on that. and that you journey to be the best that you can be. Don't think your hard work will only benefit the employer. You have to be positive, more positive than that. Next, we had David Teoh, who talked about intergenerational continuity, the model of his firm from his uncle, and right through to the generation, and how to form a new culture through incubation, through a setting up of a new group that will eventually bring about change in the firm. Okay, that's basically what it is. And he also believes that PAM needs to do more advocacy work and engage with the government in order for us to facilitate change and what's important for us, so that we will have a bit more political power to be on our side. We also had technology Suffian Shahabuddin, so TS means Tauke Sambal, as you mentioned just now. So, but then you are in the food business, aren't you? So you do have that. So okay, and Sufyan mentioned that if you want to go fast, you go alone, and if you want to go far, you go together, and that is something that we ought to remember. So the pandemic accelerated technology and collaboration, and from local servers we now have cloud-based storage that now allow us to work remotely. Okay. Next we have Dr. Tan Loke Mun, who one of the most memorable things he said was that I don't know what I'm talking about. The future is so overwhelming. So and also he has also talked about details being trying to touch the finger of God, and various other things that are going to affect us, including the war in Ukraine, and immediately in Malaysia right now with the shortage of workers and hyperinflation. These are the things that we learn today. There are no answers, but through this talk, we're headed at least in the direction of getting those answers. Okay, so I'd like to start off before we open the floor to questions. There was a saying in your slide, David, that this Australian female associate, 36 to 45 years, she said, the challenges that the profession faces are of its own making and continue to happen. Architects have no solidarity as a profession. So would you like to comment on that and our situation? I think we go through each of us and see what we think about that statement and how relevant it is to Malaysia, and maybe the audience would like to come in. It's about solidarity. We put ourselves where we are now.
Yes, I think, as I mentioned in the talk, a lot of the effort in PAM is spent talking about things periphery to the sustainability of our businesses. Without the ACPs doing well, there is no architecture to celebrate in Malaysia. And that's why I believe that this is the only, as I said earlier, this is the only time we can spend an entire year talking about these issues regarding our commercial sustainability. The issues is we are too stingy. We need to share more information amongst ourselves. So when Azim for the research subcommittee puts out the survey, it's very hard to get responses. And if you don't get the responses, then we don't get the sample that is representative of the entire profession. At the same time, we also need on this side, actually most of us here, we are actually in the same committee or work together on various other initiatives at PAM. The issue is there's not enough focus on this aspect of the profession, and it will be good if we can build a stronger team. As I said earlier, the committee from a bigger number gets dwindled at the end of the year and all that. We actually need active participation from a larger group of people. So it's an open invitation for all of you to come in and let's see what we can do together.
Maybe our chairman for the promotion and the committee can share some opinion.
Hi, afternoon, everyone. So, I mean, I responding to that particular quote, I think from David's presentation, I think that a certain amount of it, the way I view it is that I agree with it. I think we need a lot of self-reflection in the profession. I also want to pick up a few things that Zaini said, because I think resilience, there's, you can look at the system, you can look at your establishment, but I think first and foremost, you got to look at ourselves. And I think there's no point. I mean, I'm in a lot of group chats where you get a lot of complaints. Everyone's just complaining. So, and I think that there's a better way to do it is actually to be more, what's the word, proactive, and take things upon ourselves, firstly as a profession, and secondly as individuals, I think. So I think resilience is also a problem I notice with the newer generation. I think I'm probably at fault, as much at fault, because I'm a parent, I'm a father, and I'm probably guilty of actually, giving my kids a bit too much as well. So basically what I'm trying to say is I think as a profession, we probably need to start to be more proactive, more independent, but at the same time, be more of a collective voice. So like, for example, David is saying, whatever small contribution that anyone can make would be great, and if we can actually, like what Dr. Tan also mentioned, I think we need to shed this idea of, being intimidated or not celebrating others' success. I think we need to break out of that shell and actually, look at each other, celebrate the individual's strength, and look at us as a collective who are stronger. I mean, one of the things I always share with my own practice, I'm only a practice of about 15 people. And normally what I reprimand my guys is I say, look, you have a team of 15 people, but you're working on your own, in your own lorong, I say, because you're comfortable, right? It's a comfort zone. You know the job, you know the day-to-day issues. For you to actually talk to another team who don't know the details of that project, it takes effort. But what happens is that you are then only working to your strength. But the collective in the office are 15 people. So, it's a no-brainer, right? You should be working to the strength of the 15 people. And I think I use that as an analogy that that's what PAM actually is trying to do, right? Is to collect all the professional architects, or rather all architects, whether you are practicing or not, and try to get more of a collective drive, more of a brotherhood kind of a feel, rather than everyone sort of like just out, That's actually one of the core problems we always talk about when it comes to fees and competition, is because everyone's just trying to outdo the other. So I think
in terms of getting getting the job, right, at the expense of taking lower fees.
Yes.
That's the thing. So maybe Architect Azim, you'd like to add certain while we are talking about that?
Yeah, actually a lot I'd like to add, and a lot to unpack from today's and from each of our individual speakers, which I totally agree upon. But we got to work step by step. As you know, about me, in the past I've been very vocal, and I mean ever since I graduated, I'm one of the most vocal, and every time sometimes I get cut down on it. But anyways, sometimes now as you get older, like Dr. Tan was saying, we reflect back on our work. I wanted to be an architect ever since I was 7 years old. 15 years later, I was at Jurubenda Batikan door and knocking for a job, and managed to get it. And now 30 years later, you already battered and wounded and in the field, and things I enjoy the architecture. Don't mistaken that I love design. I love to the adrenaline doing design and having it built, and challenges that we all face. But sometimes when people don't pay you or value you, you get disheartened and you get demotivated. And unity is one thing. I've been trying to push this SOMF and even research committee for many years before the pandemic. I was in PAM, and then I left PAM and I came back for a while and still here. And I hope that I think at the moment, if I have my way, we pause, and we are doing so many things, and we pause for for the next 100 years, because now we are 100 years. You got KL next 100. I think the next 100 is something that you have to reflect. We are not going to practice the way that we have practiced the last 100 years. Things are going to change, like Dr. Tan was saying, rapidly. In the introduction of technology and that, but we have that. In my calculation, the next 20 years is something that is going to be much different from what we are experiencing now with AI, with singularity, and with other things. If you read the technology, it gets scary and scary. But before we reach there, we must be able to survive this period in what are the form that we are going to go. And then, because we only in architects are registered, there are only 2,300 of us around, and we can't get ourselves act together with 2,300. And to get the survey, I was trying to go out for 500 people, because with the survey monkey, you got to make sure that you get as close as a margin of error of 95-96%, so you can have the accuracy. So lastly, I said, okay lah, like Malaysian, you let people stay longer. You have a lucky draw. So halfway down, because it's going to close Monday, next Monday, I said, okay lah, we'll just extend one more week. And I said, okay lah, I have a Airbnb for Baga Zakaria and Gopeng. I said, okay lah, I give 5 nights free. And then the number jump. The number jump, from 400, to 500 and over. So you need some incentive, I guess, and when you see, and I'm digressing a bit. One day I went to a CIDB dinner, and it's already 11 o'clock. The ballroom is still full. I wonder why people are waiting. Everything is finished, but still they have playing bands and all that. People normally by 10 o'clock after the dinner. Then again, there was a lucky draw. There was a lucky draw that almost everybody will get a present or so everybody stayed. So that's a I guess it's a culture thing, and the anticipation of getting something, but it's good and well. But what I'm trying to say is that in this next couple of years, before we reach a point of no return, that we have to start and look at back, because there will be none of us left to fight for and for ourselves. I know being optimism is one of it, but I actually at one particular time thinking of just getting out of the business. Very lately, getting out of the business and saying that, okay lah, I've done my dues. I worked 30 years. I'm coming up to 60, and but then again, I have to look at succession. Dr. Tan was saying. So succession is something that I'm working on right now, but I have to leave. Like for example, the why I said the young generation have to take over, because I'm true what that Dr. Tan was saying, that we have to share whatever we have. So whenever we leave the profession, like us, when we retire, maybe 10 years from now, 15 years from now, we want to leave the profession. I believe that we want to leave the profession better than we got it, because we inherited the profession from the previous generation, and it was better than it was now. But now we are leaving the profession, and we can't leave it before. I hope the same thing. We can't leave the profession and just backed out and let you guys on your own. You got to provide a mechanism, whether it's through Suffian's way of collaboration or the new technology, or with the scale of fees or with stakeholders or whatever it is, so that we have some hope for the younger generation, and we can just fade away in the sunset. I'm feeling satisfied that we are contributed to the society and the profession and all that.
Yeah, architect, okay. Yeah.
Dealing with the scale of minimum fees and us getting fees that are going lower and lower, I think the board has already issued a notice that the Ariba, is it? The one where you put in your fee proposal, and then they get you into a bidding room, and then you put your figure and bid against each other to see who's the lowest. I buy art in art auctions, and the highest bidder gets the job. This one, the lowest bidder gets the job. And I say, what kind of nonsense is this? It's totally against the act. We have issued the letter to all architects and also to the developers that we know are practicing it. So please do not take part in it. It's okay to submit a fee proposal, but after that, when they ask you to go in for bidding, you just say you're not allowed to under the act. Let's all be unified on this. It's clear cut, it's against the act. So let's just stick to it. I heard some developers have removed it, and there are some who challenge us, saying that we have no right to control the developers. Yes, we cannot control the developer, but we can control our architects. And fighting to be at the bottom is the stupidest thing we can do. And another one, I think I like the word reset. Who had the word reset just now? Oh, I think it's 100 years old, maybe since the Clough director is here, we can have a session called reset. And one thing I believe, I started to realize why our fees is 2%, 2 point something percent. It's because the bloody QS, when he works on the feasibility with the client without our knowledge, already set all the consultants' fee 6% or 6.5%. So when you take away all these other co-consultants, the leftover there is about there. It's like 1 point something percent, and they're trying to squeeze you to that 1 point something percent. And I have experienced this, that's why I know it happens. So after that, they come to you and say, Doc, to go back to the board to change this fee is almost impossible. And you know some of them are GLCs, PNB and all this. You never get it changed. So they say, you want the job or not? What? It comes back to that kind of an argument. So I think as we are doing a reset, if we want to go back to proper, realistic fees out there, sit down with the QS, sit down with the engineers, and it can't happen at the board because the board doesn't look after your business in that sense. Maybe Akam president is here, call all the institutes together and then tell the QS, hey, all the consultants, at least 9-10%. Because now got facade consultant, got all this, everything eats into the 6.5%. So what? and that's how they squeeze your fees down. So if we can, just meet up with the other. I've left PAM since 2010. I'm no longer on the council, but I practice, so I know what's happening out there. So I just encourage, since all the presidents are here and Clough director, maybe invite the presidents of the other institutes. They also don't want low fees, but it cannot be in the FEESI where all the board of directors sign off that we already sentence us to a low fee, and there's no way you can change it. So I think that's one step going forward. Of course, there's other things that we can do, but number one, don't take part in those stupid bid against each other to be the cheapest, okay? And the second one is if we can talk to the QS, especially the QS, the engineers will support you, because they are being squeezed to 0.9%. It's ridiculous. Okay, so anyway, I just thought I'd butt in because I don't want Azim to retire or move to another industry. we need to do something so he stays on for the next 50 years.
So, our club director, would you like to say something, or before you open to the audience? Okay, we open to the audience. Okay, so now we'd welcome questions from the audience related to resiliency and innovation. So, anyone? Please, sir. You have a mic.
Hello. I'm Teoh. I think some people knows me. I practiced about 50 years and work for 50 years and practice on my own for 35. I've retired now about 8 years ago. Okay, maybe I think we have been talking about, everyone has been talking about resilient innovation and how to move forward. Personally, as I said, I worked as architect for so long. I'm trained in Malaysia, in Technical College. Then I went to New Zealand and completed my course in 1970. I came back, I worked, and after that I started my own practice. And I honestly don't give up. I still think architecture is one of the best professions. And I think I have no regret. And I think if you really enjoy it, like Dr. Tan said, there's a lot of money to be made as well. I think PAM, of course, PAM has been pushing on the practice. But like you say, fees collection and all this, to me, I think it's all a matter of informing the client. I mean, I'll give you a very good example. Our fees is only housing 2%. No housing project, as just now someone was pointing out, is feasible if it's less than 15% of GTB selling price. And in Malaysia, I don't think it's 15%. Most developers will not look at any project if it's less than, say, 20-25%. And some of them in the boom time, they make up to 50%. You know, I know. I mean, some of us, I mean, I'm lucky now. After retirement, I went to development. Or before that, also, I got involved. So you know that, can you imagine, if they make, don't say much, that 20% of development cost is almost, development cost is always double about construction. So it's 40% of construction cost. And our profit is 2%. And you want to deduct 0.5% from us? I mean, can you, how to explain to a client? So to me, as I said, now I can see, I work with the architects and all this. I always explain to the developer, come on, look at them. I mean, you can say it can be 7%, 6%, or 10% overall for consultant. But then the engineers are worse, the QS are worse. Why? So I personally feel that they are, as you all know, there are some architects who have done very well in developing. Why engineers do better than us? A lot of the big corporate are all development firms are done by engineers. Why not architects? Like you say, we are all proud, we are all very contented, happy with our work. I mean, some of us could have gone to development like Tong Kok Mau, Picasso. These are the ones who have made tons of money. But I'm not expecting everyone to be like that. But I said, why can't we also, like engineers now, go into project management, some of them do into small development, they start to build up, and then they also make it. And then you can still practice. I personally still do some, I think Dr. Tan knows I do a lot of master planning. I still do it as an advisor, helping architects, helping developers. So I think maybe PAM should really look into the approach, how to go forward in the future. I think that is all I want to highlight to everybody here. Thank you.
Any comments? Maybe Architect Zaini, you'd like to say one or two things?
I think we all know developer makes a lot of money, but it's a totally different ball game also. It's a big money game, high risk game, and I don't know. I don't have that kind of money to get into that game. No. Eh? So it's true. Yeah. That is very true. I mean, if you can, right now, even if I don't operate on my own, there are always clients saying, hey, development land, 4 or 5 acres, good location. We couldn't even find those lands. We represent people who have the resources that ask us to find. We call all our real estate friends, all that. We know that it's very lucrative. Sometimes we know we can do at what time I represented Lembaga to affordable housing workshop, with Kementerian Wilayah, all the Jingbang lah. I just show a simple breakdown of the cost. The cost, like we all know, we said developers profit 30%. So I told the government agencies, if you want to do a real affordable housing, why we keep on joint venturing with developers? Developers are not going to sacrifice their 30% profit. If the government wants to do a real affordable housing, you do it on your own. You appoint all consultants, give full fees. Project management is our scope anyway, right? Everybody quiet. Right. We can show the breakdown. We can simulate. This is land cost. This is this. Furthermore, government, there's no land cost to them at some location. So if you really want to do a public housing, set up a division or something, get the professional in your agency, give them a special grade salary, whatever, appoint us, all the consultants, give full fees, just run. So sometimes we know how to solve things. We just busy with life. We have to make a living ourselves. We don't have the right cable to effect change or something. But I totally agree with Mr. Lim. Development is lucrative. What?
I think, yeah, that's true. So if those who have the opportunities, yeah.
Can I just say something? No offense, Slim. And I think I'm proud to be a professional. And I think that, kudos to anyone who can actually succeed going out and becoming a developer and making pots of money. But I don't think that's what we're talking about here. I think today we are talking about us as architects, as a professional body, and to retain that professionalism and make a decent living out of being professionals. I think we shouldn't be ashamed of that. And I think one of the problems that I have, and a discussion I've been having quite frequently with some of my fellow committee members, maybe some of you out there can share this also. The problem I feel, is going to get quite, maybe I try not to be too political, but I think the problem with this country is that there's too much stress put on so-called entrepreneurs. So to the point where I've got even architects who put entrepreneur in front of the AR. I study, 6 years and 3 years after that to get my AR. I think that should be the first thing that appears on my card. And I think that we should be proud of it because, and I think that is the problem. We are driving the professionals out of this country because they cannot make a decent living being professional. So, and if you go around and you look, we have problems recruiting. So why? Because it's so much more, there's so much more money to be made being non-professional. So fine. So anyway, but just to cut a long story short, what I'm saying is that we should try and look at it from this perspective, that we are professionals, we do a very good job out of what we do, and we should be paid the right amount of money. And the forum that we've organized today is actually to try and think about how we can get there and do it and remain professional and impartial.
Yes, and the key to it, we've been discussing this in the various groups, that for as long as there are architects out there who accept low fees and continue to do the bidding, The developers will just continue to do that because, you know, that's who they are. They are businessmen. That's why, like what Dr. Tan has said, we shouldn't be participating in any of those because whenever we undercut and we get the job, that means we are not only depriving, we get the job, but we are depriving others is one thing, but we are also destroying the profession. So let's have some views. Yeah, let's have some views.
Four or 5 years ago, the AGM, I told the meeting that PAM should approach all the sole props that do not respond to any surveys done. The other day when Azim WhatsApps me, we WhatsApp a lot of things, and I tell them, I told him that 30 years in practice, I've seen what's PAM done. I told in the AGM that, you see, Azim, your respondent is about 500. The total architect registered is about 2,000. Most of the practicing are sole prop. Meaning to say, not even 50% of sole props responded to you. How can we deduct a summary, whatever findings, without this 50% of the sole prop views? Why can't we approach them? You see, I'm a sole prop for 30 years. We've been through all thick and skin of the profession. All these SOMF things, you know. You guys said about there are architects. Of course there are architects out there. 50% of sole props never responded to any surveys. PAM never approached them physically. What happened to them? Nobody knows. Maybe they have given up on PAM and don't want to respond anymore. All right, so I'm going to stress the point again that this 50% of sole prop have to be approached, and we have to find out what's happened to them. Why do they never want to approach PAM? PAM is our umbrella. Why do they don't want that umbrella? As for the SOMF, I think PAM should spearhead the consultants to talk to the government. Go over with all this tendering thing bits and look at Singapore, what happened to our fellow architects in Singapore. Even somebody mentioned in the talk today that Australian architects are trying to, you know, get back to the scale of peace. So if we're not careful, we'll fall into the trap. We have to talk to the government. They are the factor that cause all this thing. If the government can impose on what the parliament says, I think the developers don't have much to say, isn't it? Nobody is on top of the parliament. Okay, that's one thing. As for Dr. Tan talk, I would like to respond to Dr. Tan talk on things is beyond most of us. Now in the Quran, the words is Ad-dabbah fi samawati wal ard. Dabbah means, in other words, it mentioned that the key is samawat, means plural of heaven or skies, the plural. Dabbah is creatures that walk on the stomach or on 2 legs or on 4 legs. Right? Meaning to say the Quran talks about these X-Men kind of characters. It's there already, and we know. I do not know about AI, how far it can go, but Prophet Muhammad SAW talks about the Al-Malhamah, which is the Great War, where 999 or 1,000 combatants will die. Nuclear war is coming. It's going to get us. All right?
Can I add some question? Because few months or few weeks ago, I was in one I attended one Zoom workshop by Jeffrey with JKR, all that, and then they mentioned about the SOMF. They are saying whether is SOMF legal kind of thing. It's like, can you make a law that asks somebody to pay you at this rate? But then there's no conclusion of it. So whether I don't see the conclusion from that. So basically, can we make a law that saying we must pay this profession this much of money? It's kind of unjust law. You see, it's kind of
Maybe
like
I can respond to that.
Oh, my name is Key. Key from. No, I'm on my own, so I do a design consultancy. I haven't get my AI yet.
Okay, I'll just respond very quickly to that question. At the moment in Malaysia, it is the law. Okay. The 2002 or 2012, they tried to take it out because internationally there's an anti-cartel law. But since Donald Trump has come in, all this globalization has gone. Now it's every country for itself, and the law stands. So the law is there.
Yeah.
Now, whether people comply the law and how they interpret the law, that's where the problem is.
Yeah, I do also understand that if you have the law, but doesn't mean the judge will judge that. So because we are separate, we have this is separated. It is you have the power to make the law, but doesn't mean the judge will going to follow exactly, and they will judge themselves.
The judge will have to follow the acts of parliament. Okay, so unless if he disagrees, then he has to go back to parliament to change the law. So at the moment, the scale of minimum fee stands. What is happening out there is how people interpret it, and how they interpret it by not paying you your full fee is and it has changed, because if you read the full fee thing, it says that you're supposed to do a feasibility study for your client. You're supposed to come up with the brief. Now developers give you the brief, they give you a subdivided lots in one parcel, they tell you design this floor area, etc., etc. So they say they're not paying you full fees. So that's how they circumvent the laws, but the law is there.
Okay, okay, understand. So my second question is actually to David, because I was during the pandemic, I was a bit more active on this, trying to join this PAM thing. So but it's not very well received from the other end. Even though you guys say, oh, we want people volunteer, but when you go in, it's not well received. It's like, okay, this one doesn't work. So I don't feel like joining anymore. That's all. It's not a revenge to you today, but I think overall it feels like that. And
the comment is about if you're talking about this fee matter, after if you do the part 3 course, it's like if you join a committee, for example, like POP, it's a committee that's mainly to do with the promotion of profession from the point of view of the practicing architects. And if we have to explain the scale of fees and basic legislation, it becomes a bit daunting for us because we have many things to cover. So it's not an offense to anybody. But if you wish to do the licensure course to get your licensure, these things you have to really grasp first. Because it's like it'll be chicken and duck talking, you know. Then we have to spend a lot of time teaching the basics of all this. So we do welcome anyone to join the committee, but sometimes it's good to just watch what's happening first and then see how you can contribute. Actually, there's 15 committees in PAM. I mean, you can join the one which suits your interest the most. I'm not saying that everybody has to do to join POP or media and publications or whatever. You know, you have to choose which stream that you think is what do you call that, to your interest, where you can contribute most. Yeah, that's what Zaini meant.
Well, that's one of the problem that the graduate actually face, because actually I think a lot more people didn't join, even the PAM graduates.
Yeah, but
people vote by their legs. Nobody just care, and there's no common factors that actually discussed so that people just don't generate the feel that they want to join? It's not like, oh, people don't want to volunteer and then you condemn them, oh, you don't volunteer. That's what I'm thinking. You need to find a common factor. It's like you try to talk to me now like this. I don't think anyone will feel comfortable.
Yeah, there's no common factor in the sense that this is a very diverse sort of organization. And in any organization, there's only a very small percentage that actually contributes to the activity. So what we are trying to do is encourage more people to come in and participate. I think Dr. Tan wants to say something.
Sorry, I was trying to say something after Dato Lim made a comment. I believe that you can make a lot of money in the profession, and I believe that you should be doing that, and it doesn't sometimes come from your professional service. I always tell my partners, your professional service gives you the reputation and the connections and the networking, but you can make money. Most of your money is made around your business, your expertise. So I openly say it. I mean, most of my money I made was from property. It's because I'm an architect. And one of the simplest ways you make money, of course, in the good times, maybe now also can, is when your clients do a development and you're the architect of it. And, you know, your clients will always give you first choice. And if you choose a unit to buy, and if there are shop houses, you choose a corner. By the time it's finished, you flip it, you make $1 million. And so that is, it is not part of your service, but it is something that comes with your service. And because your client respects you, they actually, and they want buyers, they actually are very glad, oh, we sold a few units and Doc bought 1, 2, 3. And I think that's the privilege you get in your profession. I told my partners, even junior partners, you know, you work hard, you have a great lifestyle, your salary will be fine, you got cars, you got entertainment, everything. But my aim is to make you a millionaire. I openly tell them that I'll make you a millionaire. After what you do with your million, it's up to you. Because the first million is always the hardest to make. Now, inflation maybe is the first 5 million, I don't know. But I will help you get to that point. And each time when a new partner comes in, I get an offer to buy something or something I know I can make money on, I will help them. I'm not poor. Somewhere along the line, I decided that to win over my clients, my developers, is that I have to be richer than them. It's a very, the world is a very sad place where people look at money and look at the watch you wear and so on. Okay. Today I'm wearing G-Shock, $500 watch. And when I dare say that when I go into a meeting, I'm actually richer than all my clients. I believe that is very important, and you have the ability to make the money. Number one, I told you every year there's 1 billion of fees out there for every building that's built. Number two, you get opportunities around your business that you do. You just have to concentrate on it and do it when you're young. In your first 10 years, you should amass more than $1 million. And after that, you know, you can have a swagger and you can speak very loudly. Okay. The world is very shallow. Unfortunately, that's what they look at. But you must have more depth than just that. It's not just about what you wear and your belongings. I wear Uniqlo 1890 every day, and it makes no difference to me. So, yes, there are many ways to make money, and a lot of it is linked to your expertise. Okay, so don't feel ashamed to go and make money or to become wealthy at a young age. In fact, that's what your profession gives you. Your profession is a long course, you know, 5 years plus 3, and then you got to pass your part 3. You deserve to work hard, and just as hard as you work to get your part 3, you concentrate the next 10 years to amass your fortune. And I believe in that. You get knocked back now and then, but you rise up again. Okay, and there are many things, you know, even going into urban farming, coming up with systems of irrigation and all this. They're all part and parcel of of your profession, of your training. I give you an example, one brick upon one brick. I've bought more than 600 of those chairs that the old Chendo man used to carry, put on his bicycle. The last ones I bought, the last 50, I bought for 60 ringgit. Okay, maybe 3 years ago, pre-pandemic. I go to M-Corp Mall, I go to flea markets, and whenever I see one, I buy from 60 to 90 ringgit. Today, that same metal chair, very nice design, is 280 ringgit in 3 years. So a brick upon a brick. So now I count with 500-600 of them, I've basically made about 200,000 ringgit. But I'm not selling. But even when you go out, you can actually make money because you're trained to see nice things and to be able to spot a winner. And that's what our profession has taught us to be very sharp and good at it. So when you see a bargain, buy it. When you see a land there's a bargain, buy it. Beg, steal, borrow, get from your grandfather, your grandmother, your parents, buy it, flip it, make money from it. Don't let the opportunity go. And I teach my partners that, and I want them to be rich because I think that's what the profession is about. Not that we love money, but that we need it to do better things. I got into publication because I can afford to publish. It costs 200,000 to publish a book. It takes you 5 years to sell all the books. You don't even get the money back after 5 years. But I want to do it because I want to promote Malaysian tropical architecture, which nobody wants to promote. So these are just some examples. You need to concentrate, just like you pass your part 3, concentrate the first 10 years, make hell of a lot of money when you're young. And don't be ashamed of it.
So basically what Architect Shafiq and Dr. Tan is saying, that we can still make money within the profession. We don't have to do so many other things, you see. So the problem that's facing us are basically 2 issues, okay? One is, of course, as Architect Ruslan Abdullah was saying, is that the scale of minimum fees that we have to get the government to have a look. Of course, efforts, from what I know, has been going towards that, but that's not the only issue. Let's say there is no scale of minimum fees. Minimum fees is abolished. Let's forget about that, okay? The problem is the undercutting, and that's where unity comes in, which I said. You know, somebody comes up with, for example, 2.5%, okay, that's the market rate today. And then the developer opens up a bid, and some architects come up with the 1.9 and later on drives down to 1.5. Then the work is awarded at 1.5, and guess what? That's the new market price. And then they open again, somebody else wants the job, they open up another bid, and we end up with 1.2, and that's the new market rate. Every time a job is awarded, it becomes a new market rate, just like when you sell property. Last transacted price determines the market rate for that property being sold. That is the issue, bang. Eh? It's not just the scale of minimum fee. That's only half the story. Yeah, okay.
Now, a few years ago, I think about 5-6 years ago, I was approached by a public listed company, I think, what do you call Gamadu or what, I don't know. All right, so asked me to submit a fees proposal. Well, not so big, like just 70, 80 million kind of apartments, condominium kind of thing. So I actually submit with scale of fees, right, which comes to about 4.something%. And everyone called back, and I get to know from inside that somebody XYZ architect, a very famous architect, firm, submit only 2%. Big, huge firm. Ever since that, I don't go and submit any proposal for any scale of fees to even the government anymore. My main clients are just private, small-time developers and practitioners. Right? There are niches out there actually. If we can find something within us that we are good at, perhaps, or where we like most,
or at least like more than the thing. Maybe some of us are good in education and things like that. There are niches, right?
I think that is one of the key towards resilience. I mean, we were just talking at our table just this afternoon. There are private clients who may be our friends, and they would give us, I mean, they wouldn't want to see their friends suffer. So, I mean, or they would like to make sure that they reward for good design. And these are the niche that we should explore. If we have clients like that, that'd be a good thing, bang. So that's one of the things. So because right now the market is such that is pressing down. So if many of us are like you, I mean, we just forget about participating in such RFPs when we keep driving down, there'll be no takers, and therefore these fellows won't be able to get architects. Okay, so that's one of the ways. So thanks very much for sharing. Okay. Yeah, I think that's also important. We have time for one last question before we wrap up. So,
can I ask one question? Okay, my name is Architect Rida Razak. First and foremost, I must applaud POP for organizing this. This is a very good step towards going to 2023, especially for 100 years. So we can plan more things next year. Well done. I give you a clap for that.
Thank you.
So my question is, okay, I joined PAM back in 2009. That time I met 2005-06. I was about to graduate. I met Dr. Tan in Melbourne. Then, masa tu I saw that wow, PAM is amazing. Because that time, I was in Australia 2000. It was the starting of Green Mark. 2005, a GPI started to come. Amazing tau masa tu. Like PAM is actually finally moving towards another direction. Another source of income for architects. At the time, Architect Center also started. Also another angle. The whole world, all organization is looking at PAM because of our business structure of PAM. We are one of the best institute in the world tau sebenarnya. I think so lah, doctor. Because a lot of people came here tau, just to see. Even our atas ni pun orang tengok is power. 2,000 per booth kan. We can manage to maintain the building kan. So my question is, basically, it's not rocket science like macam PAM already have big visions. Doctor always say, what is this millennials? For the future millennials. Did you know that your office now, all age of 28 is no more millennials. They are Gen Alpha, they are Gen Z already. Gen Z dah masuk dalam office tau. 5 years of Gen Z in the office already. They are actually digital generation already. The oldest Gen millennials are 42 years old now. They are old person already. Dah tua. Kan? So, I nak tanya soalan dekat Dr. Tan dengan a few of you guys lah. How do you see our profession in the future? Because sekarang ni we are no longer catering for us or no millennials. Kan? We are actually catering for the future Gen Alpha and Gen Z. Dr. Tan, how old? How old is your son? Okay, Gen Z lah. Gen Alpha is already 12 years old now. Coming soon, another 5 years. You old, right? So, how do we cater? What is the vision of the future? Because this topic is being resilient for the future and innovations. That's why Zaini also going to organize one big competition next year for the future practice of architecture. What would be your take on the visions of architecture for the next 20 years to cater for Gen Z and Gen Alpha?
My response to that, Rida, we can only tell stories what we have gone through. And I think kalau ketuan cakap about future pun, you always cakap, walau orang tua ni mana korang tahu about future anyway. Which is true. So I believe there's no way we can answer you because we can only tell you what we have gone through, and hopefully you all will understand what has been done, how things were done the last 25 years, and you learn what you can pick up for the future. Because I don't know lah, maybe Dr. Tan they also read a lot that you know about future. I really don't know what's coming. That's why I keep on saying we just tell factual stories what we have gone through. You learn from it what you can lah. You pick up lah. So that's my take on your question lah. Because even not about future pun, whenever I meet young people, I always say, architecture memang you need a role model, but not a single role model. If you go through the chairs here pun, each one of us have our strength. So for you it's important, for young people it's important to really don't be so taksub about anybody lah. You see this guy, you listen to him a bit, okay, this guy is more businessman than designer. You see Mr. B, okay, this guy is design. You see Mr. C, oh, this guy maybe dia punya soft skill good. You pick up, then you become better than all of them. Because sometimes we see among us also that the young people always gravitate towards personalities. Maybe they are young, they couldn't see it, they couldn't read it, or something like that, kan? So anyway, that's my take.
How about a younger person who can, younger generation? Maybe Sufyan.
I think it's quite easy lah, Rida.
Asking about the vision now.
Yalah, the vision.
About the problem.
Betul. So sebenarnya kita we just have to look back balik macam Presiden cakap tadi. Maybe it's just about educating the public. Tapi I prefer to look at it slightly differently. Maybe we can do a bit more listening. Sebab I think that is something we purely lack. Macam we don't listen what actually are the problems at ground, and how kita as architects, as designers can actually provide a solution. Because when you have a solution, you can demand whatever fee you want. If you don't have a solution, but you preach something yang macam, oh, you suka topi colour merah kan, but for whatever reason, I'm just trying to sell you this much. No, but you won't buy it. But if you're saying that this can cure your baldness by wearing this hat, you will definitely buy it. But it comes through a process of actually listening what your problems are and seeing how it's going to happen. Paling senang, like what I did recently. I mean, I think most architects, even your partner Azim balik travel, you look around what's happening to the world. You don't need a crystal ball. What is happening outside will definitely happen in Malaysia sebab kita macam ada lag factor sikit. So that's, I think in just simple terms lah. Thank you.
Rida, when I observe the new generation in my office, they don't even know how to change a light bulb. And when the water gets cut off and water comes back and the tap, no water come out, it's because the filter is stuck. You can just unscrew the filter, clean off the dirt, and put it back, and the tap will run. They don't even know how to do that. And I think I like what David shared about Singapore. It comes back to education. I really believe that the future generation, what I was showing you, the Turing test is to find real. I think the word real, that's why I put there how to design. Actually, I spoke on that topic before, how to design a designer's office. I put the word real there because I started to realize that the uniqueness of us in the next 10, 20 years is they want to find out if you are real or you're a bloody robot. That's what, okay, you look at what Elon Musk is doing in Twitter. It's the whole Turing test fight. And this guy is an Asperger's. He is an autistic kid, a form of autism. He can sleep in Twitter. No, he can sleep anywhere. He doesn't need a house. He converted it to, because he will outdo the machine, and he will get equal people who can think as smart as him,
and he will win over the machine. He wants to take out the bots because he wants Twitter to be non-robot. Okay? So coming back to this, I believe that we have lost our skill. It's a very basic thing. I guess it's our capitalism that took us away from communism, where the hammer and the sickle. We must know how to use our hands to build things for shelter, and we must know how to plant, to harvest. That's why I put a brick upon a brick. The whole basis of capitalism is based on socialism in that sense. We must learn to pick back up this ability, the skill that is lost. And if schools can teach people, students in year 1, go and lay bricks, do welding, don't be afraid of welding. One of my biggest failure in Australia was we never used steel. And I became so scared of welding because your eyes and all this. And I found that steel is actually the predominant structural material today. And I'm so weak in it because I have this. I didn't learn it when I was in school. I wish they had taught me. I'm good with bricks. I can do everything. But when it comes to welding, I have this slight phobia. I get electrocuted. But the kids today need to go back to school and learn how to build a shelter for themselves. They need to know how to plant, take a tapioca cutting and not put it upside down and let it grow and see how things actually happen around us. I think it starts from education. And I hope that the vision of, the Han Solo or the Indiana Jones, the man with incredible skills, I believe that that's what an architect should be in the future. Because our clients, they don't know anything. And you must always know more than them. The moment they, I was talking to EcoWorld Group in London. They say every meeting, they need a lawyer sitting there. Can you believe it? I say, what? Why you need a lawyer? Because the lawyer interprets the laws and says the laws are so complex that the architect, nobody knows the laws, and then you got to pay a lawyer to sit in every meeting. God forbid that we should come to that direction, because the letter kills, but the spirit gives life. We are all designers. We don't like letters, We don't like laws, but it may come to that, and we need to be smarter than our clients. We need to be more skilled than them. And I look forward to a day everyone can build a house, and they can plant a farm. Anyway, that's my interpretation. A multi-skilled individual.
I was asking Whiskey vision. So thank you very much for that.
And I think the aesthetic of the future is like what you see in Star Wars. A building, all the services exposed. Because you got no time to be hacking the bloody marble to find where the leak is. That's the stupidest thing to design. I think those days will come and go, and the new generation should drive the aesthetic. They should go to drywall. They should go where services are exposed so that, a spaceship got problem. You don't want to hack off the tiles in the spaceship to look for where the gas is leaking. You can see where it's leaking and you repair it straight away. And you have the skill to do it and the tool set. I think we need to get our architects up to that stage.
That means the future craftsmanship will come back, yeah?
I think a very multi-skilled individual.
Individual and craftsmanship will come back to the profession. That's good observation.
That's my dream.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's all the time we have. So to wrap up, I'd like to just invite our chairman for the promotion and committee, promotion of the profession committee, to round up this session.
A very quick one, because I know it's late and you guys must be tired, fed up of listening to all this jibber jabber. But anyway, I just want to say thank you for staying this long listening to all of us. And I just want to explain that we're very grateful with the attendance today. I think as the chairperson for the committee, the main function of this committee, maybe just to explain a little bit, is to try to correct some of the wrongs that we perceive in the profession and try to put it out there, like Charlie said, to the public at large, but also within the profession, so that maybe you guys can be our mouthpiece and let people know that actually, architects don't just draw. We also taught a lot of hopefully valuable content. And this is just the beginning. I think, just like everything else, it's a good start. I think Architect Jeffrey has actually taken this through, this is the 5th round, but I think maybe this is quite a nice event today. So I just want to close off by saying that if there's any bad experience, with joining committees in the past, I think we have to try to overcome negativity. Still persevere. Your contribution, I'm sure, will be appreciated by someone at some stage. And maybe, we just need to learn to communicate better. I think that's one of the issues. And just, end on a positive note, hopefully, and welcome everyone to participate if you can in PAM and in making this wonderful profession of ours even better than it is. Okay, thank you.
Thank you so much to our moderator, Architect Jafri American, and our chairman, Architect Shafiq, and as well as our speakers. That was definitely a very interesting open discussion session. And thank you to the audience members who participated as well.